Oh, there we go. Gosh darn it. Started off with a technical problem already. Forgot to unmute my microphone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my streamy thing. It is the 6th anniversary of my comic, and for once I decided to actually do something with it. Probably running off of the high that a few days ago, like last week, I was in another live stream with Tracy Butler from Lackadaisy and a couple of other peeps. Making a new canvas so we can do things. And yeah, that was fun. So I figured I would do my own, just kind of running off of that high and share some stuff. It's been a while since I've streamed. I don't remember how everything here works. I'm sorry. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing today is... You can all hear me, right? I should check on that. I did a test earlier and it sounded fine, but I don't know if it's going to translate. Thank you, Pepper. Also, I don't know what the delay is. I don't know how much distance there is between my saying things and it actually showing up on YouTube or whatever, so hopefully it won't be too bad. I hope all the volume and stuff is okay. Oh, good. And this might be kind of boring, but I'm not going to be playing any music because there was a lot to think about there with the copyright claims and all that, and I know there's like stream safe stuff that you can play, but I thought of doing this so late in the game that I didn't set anything up for it. So what I'm going to be doing today is, first I'm going to be doing my little warm-up sketch that I do every morning now. And you guys get to see that. And then after that, I'm going to make possibly a wallpaper. I'm not sure. I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do with that. And then if I finish that early, then I'm going to do some more random sketches. Maybe do like a little bit of a request stream type deal. It is currently 11 a.m. my time, and I am gonna try to go until 5:30 p.m. That's gonna be my hard cutoff. So in the meantime, I'm gonna be also answering questions. I have a bunch of questions that people have submitted, and also feel free to like if you think of anything that you would like to ask me about stuff while I'm streaming, feel free to ask. I'm going to be trying to be paying attention to the chat as much as possible, while not completely stalling out on drawing. So just bear with me. I don't have like mods. I don't have like moderators keeping track of all the stuff. So yeah, let's get started. I don't know how sensitive this microphone is, by the way. I've only used it like a couple of times before. It's a Blue Yeti. It was gifted to me by a friend, so that I could make better YouTube videos, and then I never made another YouTube video after that. So this is, I guess, the first time I'm officially using the thing. So, let's see, what shall my little sketch thingy be? I thought I had an idea and then I forgot. I should have written it down. Let's see, let's doodle for a bit and see what happens. Politely shaming people is a good approach. Currently I am playing with a little a body coon figure. See if I can find like fun little poses to draw or something. You're watching me on your car stereo. That's kind of hardcore. Hmm. Actually, let's do this. Let's settle on a character first. Who should I draw? I know Kayla's the most popular character, but I don't know if this particular selection of chat people have a like another preference. In the meantime, I'm gonna do some circle practices. I don't normally do the circle practices, by the way. That's just I'm making sure that there's something to watch while I think. There we go. Circle, 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 circle. That's not a circle. Kayla is very poseable. Oh god, Vita. You know what? I do need to draw Vita more just because she's complicated and I need to practice. I don't think I want to do that right now. The silly image of Kayla in my profile. Let me look at what my profile is. Oh, that's yeah, that's a comic page. Let me pull it up. I believe that's from chapter 3. It's toward the end. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, just Jesus, this page. It's this right here. It's from when she completely wigs out and has the rolling on the floor sesh. Gosh, I might go with something a little bit generic just to actually get something down on the. Let's see. If I want to do something that involves Kale's ears, because that's like her most. Like a lot of people are liking that. Like now that people are realizing that she has ear powers or whatever, everyone's like, "Oh, ears." It's like, yeah, ears. Oh, I know. Hang on, I have an idea. Let's have actually no, hang on. Let's do it a little bit more in perspective. A little bit more fun that way. Also, that is not the center of that ellipse. The center is right here. Cool. Let's fan you out slightly. Wait, fan out. No, that's not what I want to do. We want to go in because this is going to be like this kind of perspective. Right there. Probably end up chopping off the bottom of this. That doesn't feel super perspective accurate, but that's fine. This is just a warm-up sketch. It doesn't need to be fancy. I know those, like, one of the comments that I get a lot is, oh, but your warm-up sketches are so fancy. And it's like, yeah, yeah, but like at most they take me like an hour. And they usually prop me up to do Kale couldn't fly with her ears. Like, they're too thin, they're too little. If she had like massive wingspan ears, that would be viable. I completely forgot what I was saying a second ago, so I'm sorry. Oh, something about the warm-up sketches propping me up. That's wonky. Let's fix that. Setting me up to do art for the rest of the day. That is super wonky. Yeah, it's because of this. Let's transform that into place. Shall we? There we go. That's better. And I'm gonna be lazy about this and just copy this and just put it on the other side. Why not? Yeah. What the? Oh, different layer. Always make sure you check what layer you're drawing on, I guess. Could Kale generate lift with her powers? I mean, maybe, but... Oh, that was a question from Arcane. Could Kale generate lift with her powers? I don't think... Like, she would still need something else. Like, I don't think she would just hover. No, ear envy would be more... let's see, book 2, chapter 5. No, chapter 6. So ear envy would be more this person that actually has like hand ears. I don't know what's under that coat. I don't know if there are other arms in there. I have not designed them. All I know is that they wear the coat and they have arm ears, and that's all. That's all. I have nothing else to add to that. Let's bring this down. How do I make this idea not come off completely flat? I guess I'll make it like asymmetrical. Like this. Let's get where her head is. Let's have... Oh, this is going to be fun. Let's not have that there. Let's put it more down here so you don't get any tweening. Oh gosh, I really... Okay, this might get a little noisy for a second, but I need to move my second monitor because it's kind of off to the side of me right now. So I can't, like, I have to really, like, turn my head to see it. And I would like to be able to see it more directly when you guys are talking to me. Oh no, the cable is getting stretched. Well, rip. You know what, that's fine, it's more in front of me now. That'll work. Conception. I mean, they are regular arms. They're just coming out of the person's head. I'm gonna actually move this down here. Put this here. Move this back up here. Little shirt thing. Warm-up suggestion. Maybe? I don't know. It might be. What did you suggest? Voltaire from Legend of Spyro. No, this is not Voltaire from Legend of Spyro. Unless you're talking about another suggestion and I'm just like completely missing it because I'm dumb. Arms up like that. And that's tweening a little, so let's edit that. There we go, that's better. Rotate this slightly. So it points more back, and then I can add the arm. The spaghetti one. I may not have seen the spaghetti one. Also, hello. Welcome to the stream. And that goes for everybody. I don't think I welcomed any of you, but I'm welcoming all of you. And like a cylinder thing. Let's get rid of that. Actually, that's a little too far down. There we go, that's better. What is wrong with that? Oh. I know what's wrong with it. I made it too. Ugh. It's hard to stream and talk and draw at the same time. I mean, the stream is like automatic, but like doing commentary while I'm trying to accomplish things is strange. Okay, so the hand should be huge for one thing. She has big meaty hands. Let's get rid of that. Fingers come out, right? Nope, that still doesn't look right. And oh, you know why it doesn't look right? It's because the arm is wrong. So let's get rid of this and then do the hand first. Let's do one of these. That's too big. Like that. We can have the thumb on this side. That's a little bit better. There we go. Elephant's toothpaste. Oh, that's the science thing. I've never actually seen that in real life. I've only seen videos of it. Cool. Whoops. Question: if each of the main three order pizza, what kind would they get? From Emperor Tiger Star. Let's see. I think huh. Well, I can tell you this, so I can go ahead and upset half of you in one statement. Kale, I think, would be completely fine with the pineapple thing. I actually don't think any of them would hate the pineapple, but Kale's the one who would probably be like, yeah, put it on there. I want the sweets in my savory. It's great. I think yeah, it's good. I think Oz wouldn't be picky, but he would like the only demand that he would have is like stuffed crust. It's like he'll eat anything so long as he's able to eat the crust and it's not gross and dry and starchy. And Al, I think Al might like anchovies. I don't know. Pizza's such a specific thing with people, and I never really think about it. And the reason I found it funny is because people think of Al as like a fish girl. So, fish girl eating anchovies, haha. She's more of a frilled lizard inspired character in my head. But that's not quite at the right angle, is it? That looks a little better. It's not quite as dynamic, but it feels a little more natural. Yeah. So the thing about Al, it's a bit of a fun fact, I guess, is that I'm not actually the one who designed her. And I try to let people know that as much as possible whenever it comes up. My editor did. And let's see, what was the story behind that? There was originally another character that eventually became Al. And she wasn't going to be Kale's friend. In fact, they were gonna like hate each other. I don't remember why. I don't remember the specifics. That's like 20 million drafts ago. The story has changed so much since like it was first conceived. But they were not gonna like each other. They were gonna be like consistent, not rivals. Rivals, because rivals imply that that they would have some sort of like competitive dynamic, which is not at all what it was. They just like straight up didn't like each other for some reason. And what that ended up manifesting as was that because Kale's the main character and I was I was still kind of new to the whole writing thing and figuring out storytelling and how to think about it all, and I had not yet consumed like 5 million books on storycraft. It kind of became a sort of a stereotypical, oh, this character doesn't get along with the main character, therefore they're kind of cruddy, and yeah, let's just kind of use them as a punching bag. And so she was always the butt of a lot of jokes, and bad things just kind of happened to her, and It was very fake. It was very like, haha, this is like the cruddy, snobby character that nobody likes. So let's use him as a punching bag and make fun of him. My editor then explained to me why that's bad, and there's a number of reasons for that. I don't necessarily feel like going into detail unless people really want to know, but she evolved. My editor went back and was like, okay, check this out. What if instead of this idea, you run with this idea? And at first I was like, but I like my ideas. And they told me, no, just take this, sit on it for a few days, think about it, and like, I'm just gonna go over there and peace out and leave you alone. I was like, okay, fine. And then several days later, I'm pretty sure I came back with like, okay, yeah, no, this is much better. I love this. and so, yeah, like Al is not, like, she's not 100% my creation. In fact, she's like 80% like somebody else's creation. Just contributes so much to like what the comic is now. That story, it happened like 8 to 10 years ago. So some stuff about it is probably inaccurate, but the gist of it is there. Okay. I'm gonna grab I will get to that in a second, Redbird. First, I'm pulling up like my list of asked questions, because I announced the stream thing like a few days ago, and some people sent me questions to answer, so I want to make sure that I get to those as well. So I'll get to your question in a minute. This is from Toon Kid. It reads, I don't remember if you already answered this in the live stream, referring to the Lackadaisy stream. I don't know if I did. I don't actually remember. A lot happened during that stream. In your opinion, what is the hardest and easiest part of making a webcomic? That is, I think, highly contextual. Oh, also kind of great. Okay, well, thank you for dropping by, Emperor Tiger Star. I hope you enjoyed the thing that I've done so far, and hopefully you'll get a chance to drop in again a little bit later. But yeah, thanks for everything. I was in the middle of answering a question. Oh yeah, the hardest and easiest part of making a webcomic. That's going to be contextual from person to person, because the first thing to understand about me is that I'm a freak. I don't. I'm virtually an exception to almost everything that you can think of in terms of webcomic production and the conventions that people pursue. For instance, the vast majority of webcomic artists will tell you to like not redo earlier pages, like unless you're going to like print or doing something specific where it's like, okay, yeah, cleaning up might be merited. The general like conventional wisdom is don't. It's like just leave your pages as they are. People like watching your art evolve over time. Blah blah blah. I don't do that. I have been actually working on revamping a lot of my earlier pages, like the first few hundred, not even just the first couple dozen, but like the first few hundred pages are going to be like revamped a bunch. So what's difficult for me is not going to be necessarily what's difficult for everyone else. So my actual answers for, I think the easiest part is like the actual making of pages. With the exception of planning out the layout of a page. That part sucks. That's super hard. Once I have a sketch going, and you'll see that happen in the art that I make today. Once I have a sketch going, everything else just falls into place. Like I'll sit down, I'll do line art, I'll do color, I'll like just tank right through it. I can get a whole page done in like 8 hours tops. So like if I really wanted to, I could probably make a page a day for the, you know, for the rest of time. I don't want to do that because that would actually kind of suck, but I could. So like the actual making of pages is extremely easy for me. The only reason I do one update per week right now is because I like burned out last year, because I had so many things to do, and I currently have so many things to do. Like once I have less to do, I'll be able to get back to 2 updates a week or whatever. But like no, not right now. I just don't feel like putting up with that. The hardest pants. Hang on, I think I just witnessed the breaking of my own brain. I think I just said the hardest pants. It's not what I meant to say. The hardest part of making a comic. Let's see. I'll list off a couple of things that I find very difficult because I don't know, I wouldn't be able to quantify which one is the hardest. But one, again, because I'm a freak and I do everything, you know, I do things that a lot of other people don't do. Having to learn web design and coding and graphic design and everything, you know, like web management, because I run the website myself. Like everything on the website is mine. Like the layouts, the scripts, the everything. That part is all me. Like I didn't. The very first version of the website, like a friend who knows more about web stuff helped me with it. But there were a lot of things that I wanted to do with it that I wouldn't be able to do with it in the long run. So I decided to just like, okay, what if I just learned the stuff myself and then I simplify and have full control of it. So the whole web design, everything that's on there is me. That part was rough. Doing the maintenance is rough. Every so often somebody will be like, hey, the website is broken. And I'm like, oh no, I have to go in and fix it. And that's like responsibilities on top of like, oh, I have my comic to make, and oh, I have lackadaisy animation to do, and oh, I have well, not commissions right now, but I do have like the raffle winners that I still haven't finished. And it's like, well, now I also have to do web design. Awesome. So that part is rough. Psychologically, it's extremely difficult to be at almost 500 pages of a comic that's been running for 6 years now, and then I look at like my analytics, and it's like 20 people have read your latest page, and it's like, yeah, that sucks. Like I'm gonna keep making the comic. Obviously, I'm fine, and I'm grateful for all the people who do read it. Like every single one of you are awesome. But you know, after you've been at this for 6 years, when Google tells you that like, you know, there was a point where I used to get like 200 people reading pages, and then I don't know what happened. Like that just suddenly stopped. I can't explain why that is. But it went from like I was getting like 200 reads on a page a week to like 20, and that's currently where it's at. I don't know if maybe I just broke the code for the Google tracker or something, but like, boy, that sucked. Marketing. I'm excessively bad at marketing. Like promoting, like going out and trying to promote my comic, like finding resources and stuff to advertise or whatever. I'm horrible at that. I don't have any intuition for it. So much so that, you know, last week when I was going to go on the Lackadaisy stream, they asked me to give them like promotional art for the comic, and I realized that I don't have any. I have a bunch of art lying around, but none of it is like useful in terms of like, yeah, here's what my comic is about, because like a bunch of them were like Patreon illustrations that were like alternate universe pics or you know, random stuff that wasn't really showcasing what the comic was about. So I realized it's like, oh, I haven't actually made any promotional stuff. That's dumb. I'm going to be doing that now that I have figured that out that's a thing. So marketing is extremely difficult. It's just not intuitive for me at all. I have, you know, I have about like 3,600-ish followers or something on Twitter, and that comes not from the comic, but from animations that I've done, from 3D rigs that I've done, from that one Game Grumps animated. Actually, the Game Grumps animated didn't really do much for me. It has like 700,000 views on YouTube. That did not materialize in any way or form after that. Supercell company that makes Clash of Clans clashes with the search engine. Yeah, that's why I try to use Supercell Comic as like the search engine thing, not just Supercell. If you type Supercell Comic, I have dominated that part of the SEO. So it's like I know I get it. Like that's something that I absolutely agree with. And for a while early on, I considered changing the name of the comic, but I couldn't think of anything better. It's probably not the best name for it. At this point, it feels like it's too late to rebrand, but you know, it is what it is. So marketing is difficult. Not being able to reach a wide audience is difficult, like psychologically, because it feels bad. It's like you're trying to share this with the world and people don't necessarily pay attention. Maintaining a whole website by yourself, and people have certain expectations of what a website should do. Like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of like I carry a huge burden with this whole project. And that's I just realized that I completely stopped drawing. My bad. The hardest part, I think, is just kind of bearing the brunt of how big it, like how much I do, how much I have to do, and how little progress I feel like I'm making. Did you actually do a Game Grumps animation? Yes. It's actually on this YouTube channel. It's I don't log in on YouTube a lot, so I don't know how to navigate it, but I think if you click my name thingy, it'll go to like the video playlist or whatever, and you can find it there. It's from when they were playing Hollow Knight. For what it's worth, currently at 331 on TWC, Top Webcomics. That's actually not bad, considering I haven't... There was a time when I actually used to encourage people to like vote and stuff, but I forgot that website even existed, so the fact that it's a 300 is like, that's not too bad. Project Supercell, that's one that might work. Again, I would have to like rebrand and go back and change all the pages and update all the logos. So maybe at some point in time I'll get around to that, but I have so many other things to do, you know? Like that's the main thing. You know, that's, when I say the hardest part is the like bearing the entire project. You know, I want to do like a Spanish translation of the comic. That's in the back burner. Am I going to get around to it? Sure, eventually. But also, I have, you know, to like actually continue making the comic. And then now I realize that I actually have to advertise the comic. And yeah, geez, there's a lot. There's a lot. Hopefully that question answers that. You know, ironically, the easiest part of making a webcomic is actually making the comic itself, and the hardest part is everything else about the process of having a comic. Like even generating ideas for the comic. It's like easy. Like I no longer have issue coming up with like ideas for how to make plot progression happen, or like it gets a little bit difficult when you're actually writing the thing, because it's like, okay, now I'm dealing with the minutia of it, like every detail needs to like work and blah blah blah. Oh, actually, here's another thing that's difficult. and I just struggled with this pretty hardcore. The scene that I'm currently working on, when Kale is kind of watching other people take care of Oz while he's having like a mental breakdown, and she's completely unable to even parse the problem, let alone do anything about it. That's been difficult to write, because I actually discovered recently that I have some very similar issues about very specific circumstances, and I froze up. Like, I had no idea how to write that scene from Kel's perspective, or not. Like, I knew exactly what's going on in her mind, because that's the same thing that's going on in my mind when I run into that, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to, like, I don't want to say that, like, I'm exposing myself and making myself vulnerable, whatever, because I don't think that's quite what's happening. But like, functionally, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm writing about something that's like a deeply personal issue that I have, and I don't actually know how to put it down and deal with it. And that's incidentally where having an editor really helps. And if not an editor, at least somebody who you can bounce ideas off of, and can like tell you when something's working or when it's not working, when you're not communicating the right ideas or whatever. But yeah, I completely forgot why I went on that tangent, so let's have what are kitchen things? Oh, you know what? Let's have this here. It's like a mixing spoon, and then I'll just have like this coming down here like that. Yeah. Awesome. I have a headcanon that Kale is actually really good at cooking, but and in fact that was actually going to come up in the comic at some point, but I lost the opportunity to it because it didn't fit. But I just like the idea that she would be like in the kitchen with like her ears doing stuff. Although, I mean, I'm drawing her hair right now, which I guess it's irresponsible if she's cooking. Well, no. I guess you only need like hairnets and stuff if you're doing public cooking, not for yourself. Okay, I know that there were a couple of other questions which I almost missed. Let's see. What's your favorite video game or video game character and why? Fascinating. I love Hollow Knight a lot. Like, a lot. I've played... I think that's like, if you look at my Steam list of games, that's one of the games that I have the most hours in. It's like over 400 hours into Hollow Knight. And I love Hornet, obviously. It's just probably the best part of that entire game. I also like Majora's Mask, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, which... You know, that seems like an easy answer, but I mean, when something works, it works. Why am I wearing headphones? I'm not listening to anything. Just wasting the battery. I don't have a favorite character from Majora's Mask. Partially because I don't think Majora's Mask is like about any one character necessarily. And in fact, a lot of people don't know this, but Majora's Mask was like, the origin of that game is really somber. It was inspired by like the reactor meltdown that happened. A lot of people died. It was terrible. And I guess the developers were in a state where they were like, this grief, we need to understand it, let's write about it. And so Majora's Mask ends up being this huge collection of stories, probably very personal stories, about a lot of the people who were affected, and how they dealt with that grief and the people they lost. And that comes through the game a lot. I think it's easy to miss. I think a lot of people don't really pay attention to it because everyone's just thinking, haha, game dark. And that's true. That like there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but like I think Majora's Mask is the most sincere Zelda game, probably the most sincere Nintendo game, honestly. It's the one game that's really just kind of about the very personal, very sombering experiences that the developers had, and I love that about it. I'm trying to think of any other favorite game characters. Let's see, what do I have? I'll pull up Steam. Maybe Steam will tell me. What games do I have on Steam? Yeah, no, Majora's Mask has an intense history. I wish more people knew about it because it recontextualizes the way you experience that game. Oh, I love Subnautica Below Zero. I love Subnautica 1 as well, but Below Zero just cleaned up so much of the quality of life stuff. It's fantastic. I like the Mega Man ZX series. I know there's only 2 games and they're not very popular, but you know, I've never really understood Mega Man. Like the world building is, it's weird to me. It doesn't click. But Mega Man ZX basically turned being a Mega Man into essentially like sci-fi magical girl. So like you have like this normal ass kid who's like, I do the power, and then suddenly they're wearing like the Mega Man armor or something. They can like combine the different ones into like multiple configurations and have different powers and stuff. And like I love that. It's like right up my alley, and I love the, you know, they took the Mega Man Zero formula and they made like they cleaned it up again, quality of life. They made it really smooth and it feels really good to play. So Mega Man ZX and ZX Advent are really fun. From that, my favorite characters are Ella and Ash, the 2 girl main characters. Let's see, what else do I have here? Down. Ugh. So I clicked on January on Steam and it was like, do you want to play Hades again? It's like, no, I don't want to play Hades again. I know everybody loves Hades. I loved the game for like a few hours and then it got to a point where I was like, wait, no, I actually hate this with all my guts. And to clarify, it's specifically because I cannot wrap my head around the idea that your role in that game is to have the responsibility of fixing an entire family of horrible, abusive, and dysfunctional people. Like that, like, what's his name? Zagreus? Zagreus is just like, he's like a kid living in a horrible, abusive family situation, and he's like trying to get out, and then the world is like, nope, you can't get out. Now it's on you to make everybody play nice with each other. And it's like, oh no, it makes me feel gross. Bug Fables. Bug Fables is a great game. I recommend it a lot. It's basically Paper Mario, but like with actual writing, with like good writing. All 3 of the main characters are great, and I love them. What else do I have? I like the first Ori, the what's it called? Ori and the Blind Forest. That's a great one. That was a really fun one. I hate Will of the Wisps. I did not like that one at all. A Hat in Time is also great. Hat Kid is great. I have a game called The Messenger, which is like this 8-bit / 16-bit, like it's a platformer. It's like a love letter to that era of gaming in a way that I think a lot of the other games aren't. Because usually when people are like, oh, I'm gonna make a game that's like an 8-bit platformer, and they do that, and that's awesome. This one is like, okay, but what if we did 8-bit and 16-bit? And also it's funny and as a bunch. That was great. What else do I have? What the hell is Who's Your Daddy? Oh, that's where you play as the baby and trying to off yourself. Ooh, Monkey Island. I love the Monkey Island series. Every character from that is great. Guybrush, Elaine, LeChuck, all of them. I love them. Night in the Woods is also great. I like Beatrice from that. Let's see, I liked Nier Automata a bunch, but I don't think I like any of the characters, which is weird. Nier Automata is like a whole thing. There's a French game called Remember Me, and the first time I played it, I loved it. The second time I played it, not quite so much. It's like a sci-fi dystopic game where like people upload their memories to like a computer or whatever, and then like you never forget anything. It's like, oh, you have a problem remembering things. It's like, just put on a computer chip and you can revisit it whenever you want. But then of course, because horrible capitalism, that goes wrong in a number of ways, and so you play as essentially a terrorist trying to do away with that system. And it's a weird thing where like I agree with what you're trying to accomplish ideologically, but also you're doing it by just kind of murdering a ton of people who don't really deserve it. It's an interesting deconstruction at the very least. Oh, apparently I have Grim Fandango. I've never played that though. I'm starting to get into the games that I bought but never played. Call of Juarez Gunslinger was fun. Bound in Blood was also fun actually. They're both pretty good. Yeah, those are the ones that stood out to me as worth mentioning, at least on Steam. I would have to look at like console stuff and see if there's anything on there that like resonates. Let me look at the chat real quick because I missed some stuff. I have not played Sly. I've watched the fan dub, like the Sly Cooper fan dub. I know that's not representative of the game. Sky Children of Light, I have not heard of that. Blade of Darkness, I have not heard of that either. Ratchet and Clank, I actually do like Ratchet and Clank a bunch. I think Tools of Destruction was my favorite one. No, Deadlocked. Deadlocked is my favorite Ratchet. And then Tools of Destruction, and then I actually kind of don't particularly care for the rest of them. The sequel to Tools of Destruction, I don't remember what it was called. That was, like, it played fine, but I thought the writing, like the narrative, got really dumb. And then I think it was called Into the Nexus, was also fine, but it was also just kind of a small, superficial kind of game. I'm hoping that Ratchet 5 or whatever is better. Most of what I've seen from people is, oh, Rivet is hot. It's like, okay, fine. When are we going to see Caliphy's mother? We probably won't. She's not around. Maybe I'll like draw her parents one day, like as a side thing, but they're not relevant to the comic at all. Does your editor prefer to stay anonymous? Yes. They do not like having like a public internet presence. Not going to go back and help the... Oh, so this is a question about the comic, like the plot. Is Kel going to go back to help the student with the elephant floss? It's going to be mentioned. It's going to be implied, I think, but I don't think I'm actually going to show that happening. Because the second book of the comic is getting kind of hefty, and I need to make progress on it, so I don't want to meander any more than I absolutely need to. Okay, I think I caught up on the questions on the chat. I would like to do a shout out, actually, to a game that I just played recently. It's called Haven. It's by the same studio that did Fury a few years ago. It's a very chill game. It's about basically like an overly idyllic couple of tweens in space being boyfriend and girlfriend in space and having escaped dystopic like authoritarian society in space, and that's it. You farm, you collect fruit, you cook it, you flirt, you fight like 2 robots in the whole game. It's sweet and simple. And the reason it just kind of stood out to me is because it's so different from literally anything I've ever played. Especially in terms of like, oh, here's an idyllic, unproblematic relationship. Honestly, the relationship is so idyllic that I think it's actually a problem, like it's a point against it, but it's... This is not quite what I want out of this. This is not working. So this is going a lot slower than I'd like. It's because I keep getting distracted with thinking. Oof, yeah, that is not at all. Let's maybe move this here. There's that. Oh. Meh. That's a little better. Good morning and happy Wednesday. Congrats on the 6th anniversary of the comic. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Does it cost money or is it free? I got it for, I think, like $10 to $15 because it's on sale right now on Steam because of the summer sale. And I had to dig like the annals of Steam to find it, because Steam only ever recommends like the trendy stuff, right? Like right now it's like, oh, you want to buy Doom? It's like, no, I already played the Doom game. That was fine. That was fun, but I already played it. I don't want to buy it again. If you want me to buy a game, you have to do something different. You can't just give me the same game with like different levels. Kale reminds me of Klonoa. Huh. Really? This goblin reminds you of Klonoa. That's interesting. I don't know what to do with our other ear. Maybe I'll put it like up here. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's have just another. Like one of those pepper crusher things, like that. coming around the side like this. I don't like the way that's looking though. What's wrong with you? Why are you off model? Why are you off model? Redraw that mouth. Sprinkling salt like in that one meme. I think I know what meme you're talking about, but I can't visualize it, but that's okay. I just needed to. I don't want to put everything like right on the. She has a knife for some reason. There we go. It's not ideal, but it works. She's still off model. You know what? I'm gonna just select that whole thing. Get rid of it. I'm gonna do it again. In fact, I'm gonna do it up here. Hang on, I saw a question that I didn't want to miss. What inspires you to come up with characters? Oh, you know what? I actually have a... So that was Dream Infinity asking that question, and I actually do have an, my extended list of questions over here. Diego asked, when designing a new character, what do you use as reference and inspiration? And it's possible that somebody else may have asked something similar, but I can tackle both of those in one. Kill both birds with one stone. Normally, it depends on the character, right? So if it's just like a random background character who's just like walking, not really doing anything important, I just wing it. I just go, oh well, this character is like a blob with wings and they have little crab legs. Like I just literally just throw stuff in there because it doesn't matter. If it's a character that is going to do something a little bit more, like if they're going to be in screen for multiple panels, if they're going to have dialogue, if they might show up again in the future, then I think about it a little bit more. And let's see, what do I do for inspiration? I know that I've used the Pokemon Fusion generator as inspiration a couple of times, just because it gives you like random like clusters of design elements together. So that's a thing that I do, or rather I think that I've done. Another thing that I do is I go on Pinterest and I look up random characters that I like. And then start clicking on the recommended stuff just to branch out and see what what I find, like colors, design elements, attitudes, something that'll put an idea in my mind. What else? Oh, sometimes I get ideas like while I'm doing something else. Like if I'm watching something and there's like something really cool in there that it sparks an idea, I'll like write it down or I'll like screenshot it and save it and then be like, next time I'm gonna design a character, I'll look at this one and do an offshoot off of that. So it's like a lot. I don't have like a specific place that I go to for inspiration. It keeps coming up from anywhere. I don't know if you can hear me eating wheat thins. If you can, I'm sorry. But I must eat. Oh gosh, it's already 12. Okay, I need to. Let me finish this up real quick, and then I'll go back to answering questions. I thought the amount of questions wouldn't have that much of an impact, but no, it turns out it do. Let's give her. You know what? Let's go a little like almost Cartoon Network with this. Then I can like put this. Something about that is still a little bit off model. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Let's get rid of the X's. The ear comes out of there, and the neck will come out of there. At a certain point, I think I'm just gonna stop struggling with this and just commit. Speedrun any percent. Well, that's usually what these warm-ups are supposed to be, but now I feel like I'm under pressure because people are watching. There we go. This is how it's supposed to go. She has too much hair. Let's reduce the hair. There we go. Okay. I'll transform that into place. That's not what I wanted. Mayada 3. How long did you plan making the comic, and what were the prototype design of Kill before final design? You know what? I can actually draw her for you. I don't want to show you the actual drawings of her that I have for reasons, but I can reconstruct her. Yeah, there we go. That works. I like that. That's cute. So let me do it up here real quick. Hang on, I actually forgot a specific thing about it. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. Okay, so the original version of Kale. And yeah, the markings were always there. although they were a little bit different. They were actually extremely annoying. Because when I first designed her, I had this idea of like, oh, what if I make her all like Darth Maul like? So she actually had this thing going. Oh, it looks so stupid. And then she always had like this stupid jacket. The jacket actually, she used to have this coat that was very reminiscent of Maka Alburn, which was actually her original inspiration, Maka Alburn from Soul Eater. And then she did have the ears, but they were just kind of, they weren't prehensile, they were just kind of there. And then the hair was like... So that's... God, I hate it. That's what she used to look like, more or less. Oh, the worst. All right, let's wrap this up so I can move on to more important things. Witness my line art powers. Line art powers. Undo. Thank you. Line art powers. Line art powers. Line. I'm doubting that a little too much. Normally I actually just work on one layer when I do these, but we need to get out of the way as fast as possible. Come on. There we go. What is happening? Why is my brush weird? Let's get this, this, this. Whoops, that's, no. Wrong settings, wrong tool settings. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Is this? Yep, there is. Yeah, I definitely was going for a Darth Maul look. She was a completely different character in her original versions. She was terrible. And the justification for it was one of those, oh, she grew up in like a harsh, shitty environment, was like really hostile, and oh my god, she's lashing out, and it's like, no, that's stupid, and I shouldn't do it. And it can be done. I think most people don't do it right. I certainly wouldn't have done it right. Oh, she should have like an apron. Apron. So doing line art fast is it's not like, a lot of it comes from one, doing it enough to where you kind of have an idea of how it's supposed to go, and two, it's about just acknowledging that it's not going to be perfect or whatever, and then just committing to whatever you land on. Like sometimes you do want to fix things, and you'll see me doing like an undo once or twice, but like all these lines that I'm just throwing in there, just, oh, you know, like I'm just throwing them in there, and yeah, that's all I have to say about that, really. Fast line art is all about just throwing lines in there and letting the pieces fall where they may. It helps to find brushes, I guess, that you're comfortable with. Because this line art work that I'm doing right now, it would look completely different if I use, for example, this brush. Like if I were to do that same thing over there, it would be like this or whatever. And it was like, So, I don't know. Find a good brush that you like working with. Brushes don't make you a better artist naturally, but like they can help you accomplish certain aesthetics and looks that you might like and make the experience more palatable. In some cases, it can definitely speed you up. If you have trouble sketching quickly, for instance, because you sketch too clean, getting a really cruddy brush helps. In the same way that, like, if you're trying to draw on paper and it's just kind of uncomfortable and unwieldy, if you get a bad, like if you grab some like normal paper, printer paper, and then crush it, and then uncrush it and draw on that, like your drawing quality is going to be a lot better because you're not thinking, oh, this pristine piece of paper, I'm going to ruin it with my horrible sketch. It's like, no, the paper's already ruined. I might as well just throw some crap on it. So it helps you relax. It helps you not be so uptight about the work that you're doing. Something that also helps with speed drawing is knowing how to construct things. And I'll explain what that means in a second visually. I'm not super happy with this sketch, but you know what? It's fine. It's just a sketch. I'm doing a thing here that if I like, while I'm giving it art advice, I don't actually recommend that people do this, but I drew the hand first and then I drew the knife around the hand. The knife is probably gonna look terrible. So maybe avoid that if you want to, like if you're going to draw a prop that somebody's holding, it definitely helps to draw the prop first and then draw the hand around it. Because otherwise you're going to run into what I'm running into right now, which that looks dumb. That's fine. Oh, and don't be afraid to use multiple layers, I guess, like I'm doing here. Knifeu. So you can erase the X's. I'm gonna be leaving in 25 minutes. Yes. Oh, sure. Let me just finish this off real quick. I'm almost done. Oh, I feel so like under pressure to perform. It's like, oh no, people are watching me draw, and the drawings are I know that's not what you're thinking. You're probably doing the, ooh, 2 cakes thing, but... But it's still... It's still intimidating. Okay. For some reason, she's not wearing anything under the apron. That's fine, I guess. Okay, no, she has pants. She has pants, but it looks weird. Hang on. Oh, geez. I guess I'll just commit to that idea for some reason. So let's see, this is the inside of the arm, so you'll probably see this part of the like that. This cuts off like this. And then you can see that, and then her neck has this going on. And then I'll get to Al Cyclops questions. That's like that, and 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 that. Whoops. Let's invert that. I think I missed, yep, a gap. Okay. Oh, whoops. What is that? Why did it do that? Let's fix that real quick. Wait, if you can hear me eating the wheat thins, then you can probably hear my this, right? My pencil strokes. I hope that's not annoying. That seems like it would be. Okay, select all of this again. And then fill it in. Oh, and these, I guess. And then the knife handle. And then also the ears. And I guess I'll do the buttons. This too will probably have a thing. Let's throw some sprinklies in there. Yeah. This is a weird picture. Let's crop that. This is a really weird picture. Let's add some motion lines to that. Or whatever, I don't know what. Yeah, there we go. And then lastly, I'm gonna throw in a color layer. Give her a little bit of maybe a little more brown, darker brown. And then I'm going to mask out the background so I can unsaturate it. And maybe make it a little bit lighter so she pops out more. And there we go. Woo! There we go. Okay, finished. I'm gonna lower the opacity of that a bit. All right, let me quickly post that on Twitter and then I'll answer some more questions. Kale cooking.jpg. 100. I'm gonna go share that real quick. Some of us are like, wow, I don't understand how you draw even. Yeah, it'll happen. Just scheduling for a year. Learning drawing is difficult. I'm not gonna lie about that. It takes a lot of time and commitment, and patience, and all those things. Yakna is asking in Discord, is Kale a carnivore? I mean, she's an omnivore. I think I think the only person who has like a distinct like food preference is Z, who likes like he will eat meat forever. He will eat just enough of anything else to make sure that he doesn't have health problems, but he will eat all the meat all the time. Okay, posting this on Twitter. Today's warm-up is Cal cooking, and I made this during the AMA stream. I don't know if you heard that screeching noise just now. That's like a tree outside that keeps scratching my windows. Thankfully, it's not damaging them, but I'm waiting for like the HOA to get their asses moving and fix it. Meat cures everything, according to Steve's philosophy. Okay, let me do Al Cyclops questions real quick. There's a handful of them. Was anything in Supercell inspired by or referenced from Treasure Planet? No, but I love Treasure Planet. I should go watch it again and see if there's anything I can find that would be inspirational. Treasure Planet is one of the few Disney movies I still kind of appreciate and enjoy. If you know me, you know that I'm largely done with Disney. But Treasure Planet is one of the ones that I'm just like, okay, but that one's actually good. Oh, you know what? I should pin the stream thing to my profile. Question 2: how did you get the idea of the character and design for Fida? Oh man, that's another one that was fun. Let me see if I can doodle her original version real quick. This is gonna be very, very rough. Something like this. She had like this spooky ears and like crazy teeth, and she had this crazy jawline. She's always had the crazy jawline, I think, and she had like this crazy like General Grievous style. I mean, I've tried to retain the General Grievous thing. And she's always had the big wings and stuff. With the giant claws. So she was always a big bat thing, but she was just kind of a generic big bat thing. And at some point in time, it was like, okay, well, that's generic and boring. Let's not do generic and boring. And so I engaged in some like actual character design exploration stuff. Let me see if let me see if there's any that I might actually be okay showing. There's personal reasons why I don't want to show a lot of the old stuff, by the way. I'm not just being like, ooh, the art is bad, I don't want to show it. It's like that's certainly part of it, but there's like actual personal stuff why I don't want to show things. Vita, there you are. Okay, I can show this one. So there's this weird crap. I don't remember. I don't know. She changed a lot. She went from like generic evil bat monster to like whatever the hell this is to. She evolved a lot. I can't say that there's any specific inspiration where she came from, but yeah, she's always been monstrous, or not monstrous. That's mean. She's been very fierce looking, like a lot. But I couldn't tell you if I have like any specific inspirations because nothing really comes to mind. So next question: how roughly tall was that table on page 306 used by Desert and co-workers compared to a human? Page 306. Let's look at that. 306. Oh, that thing. Let's see. That comes up to about his pelvis. So let's figure this out. I'm gonna pull up this. This is my my lineup that I haven't posted because I keep forgetting. So that's about the sizes for them. So Kale's about 5'9" ish. So the table is about let's see, that's 5 1 2. So the table's about 3.5 feet, I think, ish, roughly. I mean, I can't necessarily vouch for that, but like it's not super tall relative to like the average human. Like the characters in Supercell, some of them are huge, but some of them are like decently sized for humans. 4. How uncanny valley-like or horrifying would humans be to the people of this planet in the webcomic? I think it would be really confusing for them to see like a species that of people that is consistent, because they're all in the comic. They're all the same species, right? They're the same species. They're the same people, but they all look different because reasons in the comic, right? I think running into a species of people that are all consistent in how they look would be weird, but I don't think that would be horrifying. I think they're just going to be like, what is this scientific enigma? Also, this isn't a jab at you, but that's not the correct use of uncanny valley. Again, I'm not picking on you for this. It's just like the uncanny valley means something very specific, and like nobody uses it correctly, and for some reason it's like a thing in my mind that's like, no. 4. Wait, that's not 4. Sorry, I've been misnumbering them. What example or kind of puns would exist in the world of the webcomic? I have no idea. Uh, I can certainly make puns, like you could say that someone is Fallon in love, right, or something. But that's like an English pun, right? Um, that's not like in their language. Like puns would have to be in their languages. So I don't like. I'm sure they have them, but I wouldn't know. Super Soapy asking in the chat if I am American. I'm not American, actually, and I'm not Canadian either. I am originally from Venezuela. And I do live in the US, but I'm not from here. And I think that's all I'll share about that for now. But I'm not quite American, I just live here. I'm sure there's row puns. What was the inspiration for Thoughts of? Thoughts of, what was the inspiration for Thoughts of? Oh, you know what? Early on in the project, it wasn't just like me and my editor. There was actually somebody else, like one of our friends, who pitched in some ideas really early on, and Thoughts of was not Thoughts of. Like that was actually a different character that he had come up with, and I don't super remember what the motivator was for it. But there was a particular role that character was filling, and the character was actually male. It was actually a boy character. And then eventually, as the comic progressed, and like I made more, like things were kind of falling into place more. At some point in time, I realized that the male to female ratio, quote unquote, of the cast was a little skewed. I think there were like four female like lead characters and then 6 male lead characters, and I was like, oh, I'll switch one of them I'll randomly just switch one of them, and so Thoughts of was like, oh, that one I'm gonna flip, and so I changed literally nothing about the character. I just decided that the character was female now, and so that's where Thoughts of came from. Yeah, there's really loud and obnoxious car people outside, and my apartment is not soundproofed, which sucks. I'm sorry. But yeah, Thoughts of was again, she was one that wasn't distinctly my creation at the beginning. She just kind of became mine over time as I worked more on the comic and eventually was made female, which there's some stuff that I'd like to address regarding gender identities in the comic in a bit, but I'll get to that. What was the inspiration for Desert? Desert was conceived originally as just kind of a bad guy. When I started this project, I didn't have like a clear idea on anything. I was just like, well, the bad guy is this guy, and he's here, he's gonna do bad things. And over time, as the comic developed more, and I started figuring out more specifically what I wanted to do with it and what goals I was trying to hit, and the comic became a lot more political, Desert became oh, I hope I explained this properly. But Desert, and this is this isn't really like a spoiler territory. I don't think it's just kind of informing maybe how to read the character as he does more things on screen. he is driven by like a political ideology of I guess the best way to put it is he has noble goals, but the way he's choosing to go about reaching those goals is, I think a lot of people are going to. I think his thing will be kind of divisive, in a Okay, I'm sorry. I have to talk about real life politics for a minute. But basically, you go online and there's this discussion about whether it's okay to punch Nazis, right? And some people will say, yeah, absolutely, go punch Nazis. Like, they deserve it. And some people will say, okay, but if you go outside and you punch Nazis, like, you're just starting more trouble and they're gonna retaliate and then shit will get worse. And, like, the most vulnerable people are the ones who are gonna suffer the consequences of you going out and just punching Nazis willy-nilly. And so, like that, I'm touching on something along those lines with Desert. Is okay. Regardless of your goals, is the way, is the path you're taking to get to those goals smart? Is it logical? Is it, like, are you in your quest for righteousness accidentally actually instigating a lot more bad things to happen? So his character is all about kind of an exploration of that. And that's where he comes from. He's yeah, I'll just call him a political exploration for the time being. So moving on, how many languages do you know? I am fluent in English and Spanish, and depending on who you ask, some people will tell you that I can also speak French. That's not accurate. I mean, I kind of can, but not really. Like, it's like just because I could go to France and kind of find my way around doesn't mean I can speak French. So that's that. I mean, that's it. And that's a very straightforward question. So yeah, I speak 2.5 languages. The contrast between Crown and Desert is very interesting in that way. Yeah. Okay, so that's an interesting thing that Arcane just brought up in the chat, is that Crown and Desert, like, they're obviously the most political figures in the comic, and for obvious reasons. Like, one of them is actually like a political figure in the world, and the other one is, in his own way, also a political figure in the world. And what a lot of the comic is going to end up being, in terms of like why all of this is happening and how it's happening, it's going to be their ideological clash, specifically in how it pertains to like Crown. Because like, here I am talking about how Desert's like methods are potentially questionable to some people, and then suddenly, oh, but what about Crown? Like, we know that he apparently has something to do with 3 countries disappearing off the face of the planet. What the hell does that mean? I'm not going to tell you yet. But like, who is actually right in the equation? And like, Crown is, he's his own political statement that I'm going to be making over time. So I don't really want to go into that because I'm still ironing things out. But no, the comic is a very political thing that I'm working with, and it's kind of fun. Now, what character of the main or secondary cast do you think is the most horrifying? There's a couple of different answers to that question depending on what you're looking at. In terms of who I'm most afraid of, Okay, so the most I wouldn't want to like upset them characters are, I think, Fida obviously, and thoughts of, and I mean, I'm sure some of you already think this, but Tajo. Tajo is not somebody that I. This is an interesting question. Tajo's an interesting character because he's a goofball, and like that's not an act. He's actually a goofball, but he has issues, and as I'm assuming that you guys have at least checked out the comic partially, but so far he's the only character in the comic who has a body count, like an on-screen body count. So that should give you a clue. Who's the most horrifying to draw? Obviously Fida. She's a problem. She's so difficult to get right, like at various angles and stuff. Yeah, I think if I were to be in a situation where I'm interacting with these people, with like the characters in the comic, like thoughts of, if I knew everything about thoughts of that I know in real life, I would be very intimidated by her. But then if Fida was in the room, I'd be like, okay, I want to be as far away from that person as possible, like immediately. And then if Taja was in the room, I was like, I would like to not be on this planet anymore. That's unfair, because for the most part, I know he's a goofball, but like, there are things that about him that I don't know if you guys would consider it a spoiler or not, but he's not to be messed with. Next question. Also, sorry, I'm like taking a break from art and stuff right now. Cyclops said he was leaving soon, so I would just want to get those questions real quick. Do you think that there is a chance? So Fida or Fangs could have been a baby bad burrito, like in those photos. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, every character in Supercell was at some point small enough to be a burrito. I hate the idea of like tiny baby Fida being a burrito. Like that sounds both horrifying, in like a cute kind of way. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 more questions. Oh wait, no, 5 more questions. What can anyone do to make life easier for you? Listen, I don't have the resources to hire people. And because of my ethics, I would not ever ask anybody to just like volunteer stuff for me. Because I would feel bad about that. I would want to like pay people in some capacity, and I don't have the resources to do it right now. With that said, if you really want to do something that helps me out, like donations always help. That's kind of the basic one. And I know that it sounds, money. It's like, yeah, I have bills to pay. I'm sorry. But word of mouth, like, I think, like telling other people about the comic and trying to get them to like check it out and give it a go. Because again, I'm bad at marketing. I'm bad at doing self-promotion, and I'm trying to delve a little bit more into that right now, but like it's extremely difficult. And I think having word of mouth, having just like, I guess, I don't know, tell your friends about the comic, and like I'm not asking, I wouldn't ask people to go out and like promote my comic for me, but like, no, it's just, if you like the thing, like maybe share it with other people that you know. And yeah, Arcane says talk about and post the comic in other places. It's like that helps a lot. It gets more eyes on the comic, etc. Like the biggest thing that I need in regards of this project is more eyeballs on it. It's more people to see it and read it and give it a go. So if you really want to do something that helps me out, either straight up money or, you know, tell other people about it. That's the big one. Can you tell your editor thank you for me? Or anyone else who may? Yeah, sure. They know they're appreciated, don't worry, but yeah, let them know. Next question, who of the main cast would survive eating really spicy peppers? I think the only one that might die is Loxon. I think everyone else would be okay, although they might have like different thresholds. There was a conversation about that on the Discord server recently. Some people speculated that Kel wouldn't be able to handle spicy foods. I disagree. I think she would be the one who's like, gimme! Well, no. Okay, to clarify, I think she would eat them and then she'd be like, this tastes like crab. Why do people eat this? She wouldn't be bothered by it. She would just be like, ew, this tastes bad. What's wrong with y'all? What was the inspiration for Tiny Hal? I think Kale needed a mom. I actually don't remember. Wow, yeah, I actually have no idea where Tiny Hal came from. I would have to go back in my notes and look at that. I don't have an answer. I'm sorry. And then the final question is, what was the source of inspiration for Z? I think Z started out as a as like a Hagrid analog from like Harry Potter. He didn't fit that role. Like I'm just saying, like he was originally like the groundskeeper, specifically because at some point in time in one of the really early drafts, I think I was doing this thing where Kel, she had like no friends. She was just completely desolate. She was something of an analog for like a dumbass Disney princess. Like, oh, it's this girl who's like in this castle in the middle of Fantasyland, and like she has no friends, and like just lives in a tower by herself, and everyone's cold. And so the only friends that she had were like animals. Like she had a lot of pets, and so we had like, oh, here's the groundskeeper character who like deals with animals. So that's like the only adult that she interacts with, because animals, I guess. So that was where he came from originally, but I mean, all of those ideas were scrapped almost immediately. And then Z became, over time, the head of security. Oh, also, there was another character, I don't remember, I think... Yeah, there was another character that, like, part of this character became Fallon, and then part of this character was just appended onto Z. I don't remember what that was about, but that's a thing that definitely happened. So, having answered all of those questions, let me do a little bit more art. Because you've been staring at kale cooking for a long time, and I don't want you to get bored. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make What's a wallpaper resolution? Wallpaper resolution. Oh, there's a lot of resolutions for wallpapers. Crap. 720 by 1280. No, that's too small for a lot of people. 1280 by 2240. What the hell is that? Standard wallpaper resolutions. 1920 by 1200, 1920 by 1080. Yeah, let's just go 1080p. That's the 1920 by 1080. So here's what I want to do. I'm gonna make this border here, and that'll give me the proportions of the 1080p resolution. I'm gonna copy that into my other canvas over here, and I'm gonna make some copies of this. I'm probably not gonna fill all of these in. So okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need to come up with basically like an art piece that's going to mark the 6th anniversary thing. So it's probably going to be like a wallpaper or whatever. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm gonna go through the whole process. I'm gonna make oh my god, my brain isn't working. What am I gonna make? I'm gonna do some compositions, and then I guess I'll prompt you guys in the chat which composition you like best, and then I will turn that into like a final. So what is composition? We're going into art class mode. Composition is the arrangement of visual elements on a canvas to maximize like the clarity of whatever it is that you're looking at, and drive your eye around like this canvas and create focal points, etc., etc. So, for instance, if we have like a let's go with a simple one. We have like this, right? And then we have like this, right? That's abstract, but you can turn it into a like we can have a character here, right? That's like, I don't know, maybe Kel with her ears and she has like a couple of rings or whatever, and then have like Fida being kind of intimidating and daunting in front of her, right? So something like that. So that's what that means. I have some ideas that I'm going to put on the screen. Namely, there's a couple of variations that I came up with here that I think are fun. So if I have like a character, why is this so stably? Not so stably. And it's like, character, looking toward the camera or something, right? And then I can have like another character back here or whatever, and then another character back here or whatever, right? This is almost, there we go. This is almost boy bandish. And then maybe I can have like the logo over here, or like the sun or something. It's like a sky. I could do a thing where like maybe this is Kale and this is Oz and this is Al, or maybe whoops. rephrasing. So I can actually make, like, if I draw the 3 characters independently of each other, like on their own canvas, although not necessarily that, then I can make 3 wallpapers where I basically just rearrange them. So like one of the wallpapers will have Kale and then Al and then Oz, and then the other wallpaper will have like Al and then Kale and then Oz. The reason I keep putting Oz in the background is because he's big. And then another one could have like Oz in the foreground and then Kale and Al in the back. So that's an option. It's 3 characters on like a thing. Now that I mention it, I actually kind of do like the idea of like having like Kale down here with like the giant Vita monster being all like but you know, we wouldn't see Kale's face, it would be Vita centric or whatever. We can have a, let's see, a ground floor one. I might have like a, this might be like a shoddy painting, not like a full detail thing, because I don't think I have the time for that. You can see like the tower poking out here above. You can see the entrance or whatever. So it's like the school, and then have like the 3 main characters standing over here. That actually looks a little weird. Why does that look weird? Or whatever. I might certainly be able to make a phone screen version, depending on what it is, because, okay, so for instance, that's another idea. I could have like one of these, and then this is all like, not empty space, but maybe like a concrete wall with like details and stuff, and then maybe have the logo here or whatever, and then have like the 3 main characters right here-ish, right? And then, you know, as a wallpaper, all of your icons would be like right here, you know, whatever, right? And then you have like a nice image on this side that's like the 3 main characters. This could work as a phone wallpaper, I guess. So it depends on what I end up going with. This is another idea that I have where I saw a thing for Nier Automata recently that kind of made me think this would be cool, but like if you have Kale in armor, right, with like rings or whatever, and this would also make this would also work as a mobile wallpaper. It's Kale in armor over here, right, and it's like glittery because she has like superpowers or whatever the hell. And then in the background, you see like Oz and Al just kind of facing away from the viewer, right? And then there's like a, let me use this actually. And then there's like this. And so I could do 3 versions of this, where one of them has Kale up in the front and the other 2 facing away, and then another version is Al on the front and the other 2 facing away, and then one with Oz on the front and the other 2 facing away. So it's almost like a character select screen when it like rotates on the turntable. So I kind of like that idea a bunch. And we could go more abstract, like if I have like a ring with like a blood orb thing, and then, I don't know, maybe you see Kale like right here. Yeah, that's totally her. Chompy chumps. She doesn't necessarily have to be sad, but like on one side of the ring you would see like her dad, right? And then on the other side of the ring you would see the bad guy. You know, something like that. That one probably wouldn't lend themselves as well as a vertical wallpaper. Let's see what else can I come up with. We could do a... like she's like running toward the camera like this. This is very like Pokemon or Wakfu, or you know, one of them like anime things, like people running toward the camera. Actually, I don't like that one. Forget that one. That one sucks. I'm just glancing at the chat real quick. Where the sun gun at? Oh god, that thing. So a while back I made a tutorial, which I still need to make more in that series, but I for some reason decided to open it with like this animated sequence where like a sun pulled out like a gun and it shot the earth, and that was weird. It's in the channel. Feel free to look it up if you want. How did you come up with the idea for Supercell? That's a question from ToonKid. So Supercell originally started as like a role-playing game, and I got attached to like my characters and a couple of other friends' characters, and then I decided to make a comic out of that, and that's where that comes from. The world is completely different from where it started, and the characters are completely different from like everything. There's, if I were to share any of the original stuff that inspired it, like nothing matches, like absolutely nothing matches. But yeah, it was basically just like, oh, a role-playing game that died, and I didn't get closure for my characters that I liked, so I'm gonna do more. Because she has superpowers, or whatever the hell the character's creator. She does. Don't blame me for the things that past me did. Boy, isn't that just like social media in a nutshell, huh? Very interesting what the armor would look like. It would probably just be let me pull up the thing again. What the hell? What did I say that? What? Oh, that's why. I saved it in the wrong folder. Okay, but now I can't find the real one. There we go. Okay. So the armor would probably just be this again. The whatever I come up with for Oz and Al would be different, but this is probably what Kale's one would look like. Here's a question. Oz is from Ronin. Does he have any proficiency in Kenro? Yes. He can use one ring. I don't know if he can make it hover. Oz hasn't had much of a chance to show anything, so I haven't thought much about it. I should have probably established that already in the comic, but like unless a character pulls out some insane skills last minute that they wouldn't normally have, that's like Oz is probably the most standard fare. Or religious is Nebu. He definitely has Nebucan. For those of you not in the know, Nebucan is a special ability that you get from horrible trauma. And it's generally like an ability that's unique to you or whatever, and super rare. You watch Wakfu. I have watched Wakfu. There are things about Wakfu that I like, but I'm not really a fan of like, I love the art. I love the art and the animation. I will go on for days about how gorgeous the show looks. It is beautiful. Like, the animation is great. A lot of the character designs are really, really fun. but the writing's bad. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean, but like I have no idea what the show is doing half the time. Like characters are just kind of going random places and doing random stuff, and I guess it has something to do with stopping the bad guys, but then the bad guys are just like, oh, I don't know, a time machine with the I don't know. It's a weird show. It's very much about throwing crap at the wall and oh, Dream Infinity is leaving. Take care, and thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. So yeah, Wakfu is like, I love the animation. The writing is kind of meh. That said, Dofus, the first, well, it's called Book 1. I don't know if they're gonna make any more though. The movie is fantastic. Like the writing is competent enough to where it doesn't make me angry, but the animation is like the most gorgeously animated movie I've ever seen, and I recommend it just for that. Where did the handle B and Bryce originate from? It's a combination of things from like my actual name. I don't want to super go into detail on that, but yeah. Kel doing kind of a training session with us and Alois. It takes notes. What's next? It'll be fun. That would be fun as an illustration, but I'm having a hard time visualizing a composition to go with it. Wakfu is a really meh browser Morpurger, but or as they would call it in France, Bupurg. That's actually a meme. But it has a TV show, which again, beautifully animated, but the writing is just kind of meh. And then the movie Dofus is fantastic. So, okay, I have distracted long enough. Let me make sure that I save this, because sometimes I spend hours without saving. Personally, from this selection, I really like this one. I like the character selecty thing. If you guys have another preference, I can do one of the others. Okay, so generally speaking, it seems like the character design one is the... Okay, cool. Alright, we'll go with that then. It's gonna be all like stark and glittery and junk. So that's gonna be my thumbnails. Next, I'm gonna take that and blow it up to big size. Let's put it right here in the corner. We'll stretch it all the way out to the other side, so that the maximum resolution of my canvas, or like my working size, this is a 5,000 pixel by 5,000 pixel canvas, and then like the reason I did this whole like having the frame thing is so that it would be accurate, and then I just stretch it out to like the full size of the canvas, and then I crop that. Whoops. The hell? Select. Yes, thank you. And crop. There. So now I'm working at like a resolution of 5,000 pixels by whatever, but it will scale 1:1 down to like the 1080p and hopefully every other like wallpaper resolution. So here's what I'm gonna do. I probably shouldn't talk while I'm sorry. Oh god, I'm choking. Okay, that sucked. I was choking. Oh gosh. You know what? Before I plunge into this, let me do Super Soapy's questions real quick, because if you need to go to bed, I would like to answer your questions before you go. So, 1. Tell me about the conlangs used in the comic. Give me all the deets. That's it. I just love conlangs. I honestly don't have a lot of deets. I have been redrafting those a lot for a hot minute, and I'm still kind of trying to iron them out. There are 2 languages that are theoretically being spoken at any given moment in the comic, Coulsney and Tebnan Row. Coulsney is the language of Castina, and Tebnan Row is the language of Runham. Coulsney uses a lot of like sounds. It's very I don't know how to describe it. It's very buzzy. It's very like I don't know. There's a lot of L's and Z's and stuff. And then Tebnan Row is mainly defined by the lack of I's. There are no I's in that language. And it's also meant to sound a little bit like what people's idea of ancient Egyptian does. So like if you look at Kale, for instance, her surname is Nazareth. So there's a bunch of that. But yeah, no eyes and very like stereotypical ancient Egyptian. Like I don't actually know any ancient Egyptian, and I know that the weird notion that we have of it is very inaccurate. But you know, that's there is a 3rd language. Oh, and by the way, like Runham is comprised of like 37 different countries, so at the very least I'm sure there's several different variants that I don't know anything about because I haven't thought about it. Castina is one big nation, but I'm sure there are like regional accents and dialects. And then if you look at the map of the comic, which is, I don't know, somewhere, I haven't thought about it in forever, there is like a big archipelago down in like the lower, in like the southern, southeastern area of the map, and they have their own language. That area of the map is called Galarantes, and they have their own language, but I haven't really done any work on that. The only conlang I've done for that is Tanny Hal's name and how it's written on her cast image. The second question is, on the cast page, Kale's name is written in Coulsney, while her father's name is written in Tebnan Row. Was Kale raised as a Castilian speaker / citizen, or did something else happen? So Kale, I'm organizing data points in my head. Crown is from Runham somewhere, but because of his history, he is, and this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, he's probably persona non grata in a bunch of places. So he's actually been working, like operating out of Castina for probably a few decades at this point. And so by the time Kale came around, he had already established the school. Like Kale was, I don't know if she was born at the school. I haven't decided on that yet, but she has lived her entire life there. And Crown gave her a Castilian name because that's just kind of what he's used to now. But she has his random last name. As for her papers, like whether she's a citizen or not, she probably has at least well, not fake, but she probably has like citizenship paperwork for both regions of the world, because that's just something that Crown would have access to. And she's bilingual. She speaks both of the languages. The next one is, what's the school culture like? Do the Castilian and Ronin students attend different and or separate classes? And what subjects does the school offer? Do the students from the two countries interact? And is there any tension due to the political climate? If you have ever been to this is really unfair because who the hell has? If you have ever been to an international school, it would be something like that. And again, who the hell has gone to an international school? But the kids get along fine. There's no like conflict because like generally speaking, kids don't get like terrible and horribly like racist and politically extremized until way later when stuff starts becoming a problem. The school goes out of its way, like if they pick up a kid and this kid is like, ew, I'm like racist or whatever, the school will be like, let us teach you why that is bad and why you should let go of it. So yeah, the students definitely interact. There's not like problems or anything, largely because there's no real reason why there would be. The school, it doesn't have the schooling system that you would expect. I kind of based the schooling system a little bit on some alternate stuff that I found reading about like some schools in like Scandinavia and Finland, where it's like very low pressure. You're just kind of encouraged to learn based on your own interests, and I don't have anything specific about how it all works because it's not super relevant to the comic. It's not like hardcore rigid. Like the students are not dying of stress like they are here in the US. Like, here in the US there's like problems because kids are carrying like 50 pounds worth of books at any given time, and their backs are breaking, and also they have so much homework that they can't like even sleep or have social lives. It's like, no, they get homework, but it's very lax, relatively speaking. It's not like this is a pretty like Crown is somebody who would go out of his way to figure out. It's like, okay, if a schooling system is bad and broken, let's find alternatives that are better, and so that's kind of what he's striving for. I wouldn't say that he has like an idyllic, like an overly idealized school system, but they try. As for what classes they offer, a lot. The function of the school, and I don't think this is a spoiler, is to basically encourage or develop community organizers. Like students who go to the school are basically trained and prepared on how to navigate. And I'm not just talking about like the military training kits. I'm talking about like all the students. Like they're basically prepared to go out into the world and be able to like, if something politically ever went down, where it's like, oh, we need to like organize like a protest or whatever, something like that. like students from the school would theoretically be prepared to like set something up. It's like Crown is trying to create a generation of kids that like go out and make their communities better. So they do this by like, if a student shows up at the school and they're like, I want to be a I don't know, what's like a weird job. I want to be like a marine biologist. That's not a weird job, but like, I want to be a marine biologist. And the school is like, oh, well, we don't have a marine biologist, but maybe we can hire someone, right? Maybe we can hook you up with resources. Like, you know, we do have like science and biology classes and stuff, but if you have a specific interest in that, then maybe we can like find you like a tutor online or something like that. They kind of hook you up with whatever you might need. And that's a big thing that came up during like that one scene where Oz goes to talk to Crown. He's like, I have problems, fix them. And Crown is like, you do not deserve to have your problems fixed by me, wastrel. The justification is like, dude, we have like spent resources trying to hook you up with whatever you need to like fix your own life, and you're still saying, no, I don't know what you want from me. They do that for every student. Like, if you have a specific interest, if they don't have somebody on staff that's like proficient in that field, they will at the very least hook you up with resources so that you can do your own research and stuff. And it's a very non-standard schooling system. This is not a normal school by any means. It's specifically created to accomplish Crown's political goals, and that involves reshaping public consciousness over a long period of time. I hope that answers that. Super Soapy asking the big questions. Oh, take care. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed it. Spoiler question. What was in the baked goods the mole/brainwash students were selling to the teachers in order to make them sick? Well, I could tell you, but I don't think you actually want to know yet. Don't worry, that will be explained. I'm sure a lot of people have figured that out by now, and if they haven't, well, I don't know. Maybe read the comic again. I know that webcomic time is like really slow, and it's easy to forget stuff. Oh, there's a relevant one. How does from Pepper Pot? I'm not sure how to pronounce that last bit of your name. I'm sorry. How does one enroll in that school? There's a couple of ways. One is to be outstanding in some capacity, which this is probably one of the weaker elements of the system, is that Crown is a bit of I want to say meritocrat, but I think with him it kind of borders on elitism. So like Al, for instance, is at the school purely because she was brilliant and excelling, and Crown probably has like scouters out there in the world just kind of looking for candidates. So Al was like handpicked out of not a slum, but also not like a particularly super wealthy area. There's a lot of part of the reason why I refer to the school as like a snobby rich kid school is because a lot of I'm gonna call them elitist bastards, like wealthy people are like, oh, that school is supposed to be really good. I only send my kid to the best school, and those kids get to go to the school. They help fund the school, and then they get a good education, but they're not exposed to the military program, because why the hell would they? Unless they happen to exhibit like, you know, like a particular. It's a case by case, but like what students going to the military program, it's a very case by case thing. There are certainly, they do have like a standard application progress where like if you feel like you would do well at the school, but maybe you don't have the resources or whatever you can send in your application yourself and be like, hi, I'm really good at this and I have these interests, and so maybe somebody will show up and do like an interview or something. It's not like hyper exclusionary. Like it's not just accessible to like rich kids, and it's not just accessible to like exceptional children, but it is a selective process, and they almost vet like every student like on a case by case basis. Because if they don't, bad things can happen. This is, remember, the school has like a whole hidden military compound racing an international rebellion. They can't just let anybody in. Oh, I like these questions. They're fun. Let's see. Next one from Super Soapy again. I've noticed a dichotomy in which Ronan could be considered female-coded, since religion and maybe even agriculture was once considered a woman's thing, and Castina male-coded, preoccupied with science and technology, two fields that have been dominated by men. Was this intentional? No, and in fact, I've never actually thought about it. Part of my world building involves, I think, if not intentional, at least subconsciously challenging a lot of preconceived notions about a lot of stuff that I see in society that I have thoughts about. And so one of them is actually like gender roles and gender dynamics and stuff. There's a lot of stuff around like the gender discussion in the world that I think is flawed. I think a lot of people are discussing it in a direction that, like, a lot of people don't bother to try and understand the subject a whole lot. They just kind of like go in and get on like Twitter fights and create like the wrong narratives for themselves. And I don't think I didn't consciously try to like male or female code either culture. I honestly, the dichotomy originally was science versus magic. Oh my gosh, like that was literally it. They were not gender coded in any way or form. The sexism exists in parts of the world in Supercell for very specific reasons. And actually, I shouldn't leave that hanging up in the air. So, a lot of sexism in the real world, like, you can trace it back to like specific things that happen, and I don't just mean sexism of like misogyny. I mean like, the vilifying of homosexuality, for instance, specifically in the context of like religion. Like there was a period of time, and I don't remember much of the specific. This was something that I was reading like years ago, but there was a particular group of people, like a society, that they were actually dying out. Like they were basically on their way to extinction, and they decided, okay, well, we need to like heckin' reproduce. So no gay shit, only straight, because we need more babies or we will all die. And so that just kind of became the norm. And that's where a lot of like homophobia came from initially, where it wasn't there before. It's that, okay, we need to like friggin' survive, or we're just not gonna be here for a bit. And then that unfortunately just kind of stayed with that group of people, and then that group of people became like really like in power in some region of the world or something, and then it just kind of spread like wildfire through that sort of religious aspect to it. Again, I don't remember any of the details of that, so don't quote me. I wouldn't even be able to tell you which group this was. I know that it was probably like Abrahamic, and by that I don't mean like Jewish. I mean like anything because I think it was a Christian thing. But I'm talking out my ass, and I don't want to, give you false information. The point here is that there was an instance in history in which this problematic philosophy, this problematic worldview showed up because it was useful at that time, and then it stayed even after it ceased to be useful, and then it became this whole moralistic thing that we're still having to deal with to this day. A lot of stupid crap that we have socially is like that. At some point in time in history, something happened that made this particular coping mechanism necessary for that time, but then once it ceased to be useful, society didn't just like drop it, they just kept it because tradition or whatever, and now we're still dealing with problems. Much like, you know, when you look at people on an individual level, sometimes people, if they're having trouble and dealing with anxiety or depression or whatever, they'll develop like a specific coping mechanism. And then if they ever heal and recover and get better from that, that coping mechanism may be harmful to their present and future selves, but they don't drop it, so it ends up hurting them in the long run. It's basically that same concept, but like on a massive cultural scale. So in Supercell, there are, you know, specifically Castina has a lot of issues with sexism because of like a particular time period in their history where they were also basically on the path of all dying out, and they were like, okay, but we need strict rules about what's going to happen with our society. We need reproduction all the time. We need everybody to fill a specific like role in society. Everybody needs to have a specific job. Everybody needs to be part of the machine, or we all die. And once that was no longer necessary, unfortunately, it had been like 3 or 4 generations of that, and that just kind of became normal, and they're still dealing with the consequences of that a good few thousand years into the future. And so on the present day, like, you know, there's that scene where Loxon explains to Tajo that, like, hey, Alice is a name that has that female qualifier, and that, if you live in Castina, means a lot of things, and it sucks for a lot of people. So when students get out of that country and they drop that female signifier because it's freeing or whatever, it's kind of really rude to say, well, I'm just going to say it anyway because it's cute, which some people, you know, have observed that can very easily be construed as like an allegory for like transphobia, right? It's like, oh, but your name is so pretty, whatever. And I would like to emphasize that, by the way, Tajo wasn't doing that out of like malice. He didn't know, and that's why Loxon explained it to him, and that's why he's not doing the bad anymore. I had somebody recently accuse me of transphobia because I had that scene in the comic. So sexism exists in Supercell, but for very specific reasons, and maybe I'll go into that in the comic, but it's a huge, massive subject. A lot of Supercell is just me doing commentary on stupid crap that we see in the real world. So, whew, okay. All right, I'm gonna rapid fire through this next set of questions real quick, just so that we can get them out of the way in case you need to go to bed, and then I'll focus more on art for a couple of hours because it's already we're getting it's almost 2. I'm running out of time. Okay, number 6. I'm gonna paraphrase this one a little bit. Not just because it's a long question, but because there's stuff that it's trivializing someone's card experiences. But yeah, exactly. So this question was fascinating, and as soon as I read it, I was like, whoa, whoa. I can't gauge whether this question would be uncomfortable for you to answer, and you may refer from answering it if you wish. I'm actually completely fine with it. And to be clear, okay, at least let me get to the actual question on this. This question has been on my mind for a few days now, and it's just up to know. Trigger warning. Mentions of blood and female hygiene. So if that's like an uncomfortable subject, maybe mute for like, I don't know, 5 minutes. If all types of blood can be used to channel Kenro, does this also include menstrual blood? If so, could it potentially be a sustainable and modern alternative to sacrificing political leaders? Given the fact that it's regenerative and would random attitudes regarding female hygiene be considered relaxed as a result of this. Could make for an interesting contrast with a possibly rigid and morally uptight Castina, considering their own societal assumptions and gender. So when I saw this question, I was like, whoa, there's a lot here to think about, because obviously, like, the subject is kind of touchy with a lot of people in the real world. And no, discussing menstruation shouldn't be like taboo. I think it's extremely backwards of society that we can't have a more honest and open discussion about that kind of thing, because it's like part of so many people's lives and we need to get over it. So I actually had to talk about this with my editor, because like a million different answers came to mind, and I was just like, okay, I don't want to give a bad answer on this. Help me out here. What do I do with this? And the initial answer that came to mind, and I'm not sure how much I'm going to go into detail on this, is that no, it wouldn't work because of hello, so this is my life. You have just walked into education. It wouldn't work because of like the way the magic system works is it's not just that it's blood that's being used. There's more to the magic system than just throw some blood on it, it'll work. That's not actually what's going on. I just haven't explained that part of the system, and I don't know if I will explain that part of the system, because that's like the characters in the comic haven't learned that. Like even the scholars and like the really epic people in the world, they haven't figured out how the magic system works 100%. And the use of blood is specifically sacrificial blood. It's not like if you cut yourself accidentally, you wouldn't be able to use that. It wouldn't work. And part of it is because it's not just about like, oh, use blood, it'll work. It's I am giving up something of me, of myself, of my life energy to make this happen. So like the thing about menstrual blood is that, one, it's not just blood. There's a whole lot of crap in there. Because menstruation, as I have learned recently, is not a thing that most animals on Earth do. It's a thing that like humans and like 3 or 4 other animals in the world do. So menstruation itself might not even exist in Supercell. I don't know if it does. I haven't made up my mind on that. If it did, the thing about menstruation is that it's actually an energy-saving, like, evolutionary adaptation. The reason humans do it is because it actually takes a lot less, like, calories, like a lot less energy to create the uteral lining to like host the egg or whatever for long enough for the egg to be there and do its thing or not, and then expel it for the remainder of however long it takes to have a new egg, rather than invest like resources into maintaining it. Like most other animals on Earth just have like their uteral lining there forever, I guess. I'm actually not sure how that works. But for humans and for like the 3 or 4 other animal species that menstruate, it's literally just a physiological way of saving energy, of saving calories and resources. And it's not just blood. There's like skin tissue or flesh tissue, more accurately, and like waste and stuff. So it's not pure blood. There's like a whole bunch of crap mixed in there. So even if the magic system in Supercell was designed around just the use of blood, like there's so much crap in there that it probably wouldn't really work because it's mixed in with so many other things. Or like you might be able to like make some very like small things happen with it, but the way the magic system actually works, it's a combination of like the sacrificial aspect of it, and the purity of blood itself is like important. So no, it wouldn't be like a sustainable alternative to the system that they have right now. There are real sustainable like alternatives. The people in the world just haven't figured it out yet. But that was a fascinating question. I had a blast talking about this with my editor. Like, I was just figuring all of this stuff out, and like, there is no Dark Arts version of Ronan of Kenro. I don't do light and dark magic. I think that's a very silly concept, or at the very least, most people do not handle it well enough. And you know, in my mind, that's always kind of sounded like, oh, there's good electricity and bad electricity. It's like, no, that's not how it works. So, just to kind of sum it up, if there is menstruation in Supercell, you probably wouldn't be able to do much with it. If there's not menstruation in Supercell, then it wouldn't matter, but also like just accidentally cutting yourself and trying to use that wouldn't actually work. Like, it has to be a deliberate choice of, I'm gonna hurt myself to make this happen. Or somebody has to make the deliberate choice of like, I'm gonna hurt myself to make something happen. So let me look at the comments real quick. What if the subject feels dead inside for one particular moon cycle? That's funny. Subpar riskier. Well, I don't know, because again, it's not sacrificial blood. Like, you're not intentionally menstruating. That sounds harrowing. Why would you intentionally put yourself? Okay, so moving on. To lighten the mood. Oh, that's cool. Well, I hope you enjoy the stream anyway. Oh wait, hang on, they're muted. Could somebody tell Biagna the Red that I hope they enjoy the stream? So to lighten the mood, would Kale ever wear a skirt/dress? She wouldn't be opposed to it. I think she'll be completely fine in like fancy dress. I think she would draw the line at heels. I don't think she would like heels. But yeah, I can see her wearing a dress. It's not something that she would go out of her way to wear like on her own, because I think she kind of just wants to throw clothes on and then go run. But if she's gonna go to like an event, like a social situation, I can see her like dressing up nice or whatever. What would it be like to live in Castina and Ronan respectively? What sort of governments are they run under? Are there any main cities, cultures, and local cuisine? There are definitely main cities and cultures and stuff. I honestly haven't put that much thought into it because the comic itself is not going to venture out of the school, really. It's all, I mean, the whole comic takes place in I think 6 days. And it all happens like inside the school walls. So if I ever end up doing more than just what's happening in the school, I'll definitely flesh things out a little more. But at the moment, I wouldn't be able to tell you more specific than that. As for living in those different regions, I describe Castina as a feudal corporatocracy. So I guess, you know, if there's an analog in the real world for something that I'm doing a lot of commentary on with Castina, it would be like just sort of the worst aspects of the U.S. where, like, you know, you have the Exxon and the big pharma and the Jeff Bezos and the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world are actually running things, but then you have a whole bunch of politicians that are just puppets and they have all of these performative fights and everything gets worse for everybody. You know, rich get richer, poor get poorer, that kind of stuff. That a lot of that is definitely going on in Castina. It's not all bad, but it's definitely very. when people talk about like late stage capitalism, there's a lot of that. As for Ronim, Ronim is an interesting thing for me because I kind of based it on like, okay, what's a society that I think could be like a viable alternative, but what kind of problems would it actually have? And they're a little bit harder to describe because again, there's like 37 nations in the Ronim League, and they are a much older like society. It's kind of like how, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong about this, but like China is the oldest nation in the world, and it's been around for like thousands of years, and like a lot of the problems that they're kind of dealing with today, socially speaking and like governmentally speaking, are stuff that's been propagated, kind of in the same vein as I was talking about earlier, where like, oh, these problems popped up really early on for some reason, and then they just kind of stayed. There's a lot of that. My understanding is that China is dealing with a lot of stuff that the society has just picked up over the last several thousand years. Which again, it's not all bad. I think Ronim kind of stands out a little bit by the idea that like anybody who becomes a politician is basically setting themselves up to be executed in a few years. So there's a certain barrier to entry. Like if you're a sociopath who just wants to become rich and live forever, going into politics is probably not your best option because you'll probably become really rich and live like a lavish life for X number of years until you're eventually sacrificed to the gods for, I don't know, the harvest or whatever. But that doesn't stop like corruption and stupidity from happening. It's like, a lot of those kinds of people who want to get that kind of power would have just found ways of achieving it externally by way of just like puppeteering politicians or so on. So there's definitely a lot of like social stratification and it's a lot more okay, I don't know how to properly phrase this one, but I used a lot of my editor is a like a Mongol history junkie, and they have read about and shared so much about Genghis Khan with me and his things that he did and his whole legacy, and there's a lot of stuff about that I just kind of like, oh, that's awesome. I'm gonna put that in Ronim's history. So there's a bunch of stuff in like the Ronim culture that's like inspired by like a lot of the stuff that I just kind of learned secondhand about Genghis Khan and like the Mongol Empire and like and his kids and what they did with like so that's when Al and Loxon had that one scene where they discussed like the politics of Ronim and whether the whole thing was like a constant ongoing bloodbath and how it all operates. And the reality is that there's some really messed up stuff going on over there. There's also some really good stuff going on over there. It's a real mixed bag. It's like everything in this world, everything in this setting is a mixed bag. Like there are characters who kind of have the enlightenment of man, I'm sorry, I just glanced at my screen and I realized that I haven't drawn anything in like a while, but I'm hopefully my commentary has been helpful. In any case, there's a few characters who kind of have philosophies and political worldviews and stuff, and they kind of know what's up and they're trying to fix stuff, but a lot of the world is just kind of messed up, and there's great things here and there, and there's horrible things here and there, and that's I wish I could be more specific, but the reality is I haven't done that much world building. All I can tell you is that everything's neither ideal nor horrendously terrible. But there are areas where things are more ideal, and there are areas where things are more terrible. There's a lot. And I'm glad you're enjoying these answers, because I as soon as I finish yours, I need to get back to drawing. Let's see. If you yourself were born in the world of Supercell, what would you look like? I would be so hot. I'm kidding. I mean, that'd be cool, but like, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, actually. Let's see. Emperor Tiger Star says, does it mean we'll have a Supercell chapter where a leader gets their mustache forcibly shaven by another group and that the entire town gets destroyed in fire by horsemen archers? That may have happened at some point in the history. I don't know. But yeah, I don't really know what I would look like in the world of Supercell. I would hope I look nice. That's all I got on that. And lastly, this one's fun. Would it be possible to have teleportation as a Nebucan? Again, I mentioned this earlier, but a Nebucan in the comic is if people normally use those rings, which are this world's equivalent of like a magic wand, I guess, to do magical shit, a Nebucan is like a unique special ability that you develop yourself, essentially as a coping mechanism to survive some kind of horrible, mind-destroying trauma that you have experienced in some weird form. And this question, there's a little bit more to it, but this question is in regard to basically making an OC in Supercell, which I love, by the way. This is like the second instance of like somebody wanting to make an OC in the comic that I'm aware of, and I'm so hyped about that. Yes, but there's an asterisk with that. Kenro isn't just sword and sorcery magic. Like, it's not just, ooh, do some magic and the world changes around you. It's quasi-scientifically based. Like, the way that I like to describe the magic system is like, the world is a computer, and Kenro is a programming language. So if you know how to do Kenro, you know how to kind of control what happens with the computer, and like you have like your standard operating system where you do everything as normal, which is like your standard laws of physics, right? So gravity exists, entropy, like heat, decay, whatever, like, you know, Newton's laws of physics, all that stuff, that's all in place. Knowing Kenro is equivalent to knowing how to, like, oh, I have Windows. Windows has like Paint, and that's a crappy art program. So I will use my knowledge of programming to make myself Clip Studio Paint, which is this art program that I have on the screen. And so you do. And that's basically what Kenro is the ability to like manipulate the laws of physics in the world around you to like make some kind of desired effect. Which obviously there's a little bit of wiggle room because it's a magical system, so you know you get to have fun a little bit, but you don't just say, oh, I'm gonna make plants grow, for example, because in order for a plant to grow, it needs water, it needs nutrients, it needs it needs a lot of stuff. It needs to be cared for, it needs sunlight. So you could theoretically make a plant grow really fast, but you would need to have on hand all of the fertilizer, you would need to have in hand all of the accumulated sunlight, you would need to have on hand all of the accumulated like water, so that you can like manually funnel everything into this plant and make it grow. But in order to do that, you also need to understand like the mechanisms of this plant. You need to understand its anatomy, you need to understand how plants grow. You need to know what happens like on a molecular level, like, because if you just try to make a plant grow, you might just like expand it into oblivion and it'll explode or something. So knowing how to use a Kenro ring is not just like, oh, I know how to use programming, therefore I can make anything. It's, oh, the law of gravity is made of Java, and Newton's like law of like heat transfer is made of like C++. Well, I need to know C++ to go manipulate heat transfer, but I need to know Java to make gravity things happen. So like every single thing that you want to do has its own programming language. This is a little bit tangential. I'm just kind of giving information on how the magic system works. So teleportation is something that can theoretically happen, like as a Nebu Ken, or even just a standard Kenro, but like you would really need to understand. I don't know if it's quantum physics that does the like the space bending crap, like the like warp drive type things, but you would need to understand how that happens at a molecular level so that you can make that kind of transfer happen. If it's a Nebu Ken, you don't necessarily need to explain it, because the person doesn't, like the person who has a Nebu Ken doesn't necessarily know how any of it works. They just know that it's something that they can do. But you, as the writer, as the creator of this concept, I mean, you don't have to. It's an OC. Like, have fun. I'm not going to enforce any rules or whatever. That'd be terrible. But at least for me, I like it. It's more fun when people are able to provide at least some kind of explanation as to how it works and why it works and what the limitations are, and because then that kind of opens up like, how do you get creative with this power? Like Tajo being an example, his wings are like essentially hyperheated air. So he doesn't so much fly by flapping, he floats. Like the wings are, I don't know, ethereally attached to his back, and then then he's just gonna start floating because they're hyperheated air. It's like his own built-in hot air balloon, and then he flies around, and that's why he can cut things with them. So that's how that works. It's obviously it's magic, it's BS, right? But that's kind of how I explain it. And so teleportation is a thing that can theoretically happen. And again, have fun with it. Like I'm not gonna try to enforce any rules, but if you can give people like it works because of these, BSy sci-fi explanations, that's kind of how the magic system in Supercell works. That was a collection of really fun questions. I really enjoyed answering all of them. If you need to go to bed, super Zoe, feel free. But that was a whole fun thing. I should specify, by the way, that Tajo's superheated wings, they're very concentrated. Like they don't. You know how like Star Wars lightsabers only burn things they touch and not things that just get close to it? It's kind of like that. It's not real, but it's a comic thing. So yeah, someone who does all their videos on him is Paint. I am offended, good sir. Look, Paint is, people can make some cool things in that, but it's I need a little more. Has Al ever secretly attempted Kenro when younger, and after watching Chaos should have tried in public? Yeah, of course she has. She's Al. She's too inquisitive. She's too intelligent. I mean, the way that I kind of explain it is that Tajo's wings, like the superheated stuff, just kind of like cycles around within itself. So like it doesn't spread. It just kind of like, as soon as it leaves the field of influence, it just kind of dissipates back into normalcy. That's another thing I should mention about the magic system. Stuff only works so long as like whatever is triggering it is doing the thing. So like if you use a Kenro ring to like freeze some water, the water will remain frozen because that's a thing that's like normal. But if you use Kenro to like like grab a pile of sand and turn it into like a pillar, as soon as you turn it off, it's gonna fall back down because there's nothing like like normal physics start applying again. So like if you make Ken-Ro to like do some hyperheated air stuff and then you turn it off, yeah, it's gonna stay there for like a bit, but it's gonna dissipate real fast. Okay, let's draw some stuff. First things first, let's make a ground plane. This is not going to be a perspective, like an image in perspective. Now let's start by doing a like a pose thing. And hopefully I'll come up with some interesting poses for this. I didn't really plan what this might look like. Someone who animates in MS Paint? That sounds terrible. Yes, thanks for hanging out, Tiger Star. This was really fun having you around. You have interesting questions, and all of you have had interesting questions. I'm very pleased about this. I'm just sorry that I haven't been making that much art. It's like, I'm doing an art stream, spends 2 hours talking about other stuff. Arcane asks, can you use Ken-Ro to negate Ken-Ro on a conceptual level, or do you need to specifically counter exactly what the other person is doing? I'm not sure what that means. I'm assuming that it's like, if somebody's making super hot air, can you make super cold air? And like, I guess you can. Although if you're trying to specifically cancel out somebody else's thing, huh, that's interesting. I don't know. I think you might need to know exactly what the other person is doing if you want to cancel it out. It's an art and Q&A, but so far I've been doing a lot of Q&A and not a lot of art. Okay, let's limbs flare out a little bit, the taper like that. Let's move this back a bit. So, is that looking okay? That looks fine. It's a little generic though. Well, good. I'm glad that it's being fun for you guys. I was honestly expecting to get like maybe like 8 people on the stream, and like I wasn't expecting much from this. I was expecting like maybe a small handful of questions, but there's been a lot more to it than I originally thought. So that's neat. I'm very pleased with how it's going. God, kill selects are always so complicated, and I think it's because I never know exactly how much to flare them out. Unimportant question from ToonKid. If someone were to ask Kale to be their physical trainer for exercises, would she unintentionally overwork them? No. No, she wouldn't, and I think it's because she like she understands like that she has access to resources and like a whole history of training that other people don't do. She would not have the same expectations from somebody else that she does of herself. You may have noticed that she has a bit of an ego. She believes herself to be like, you know, one of the most powerful people on the planet because of her abilities and her training and all of that stuff. And whether she actually believes that is like up for discussion, but I think she would be aware of the fact that like, okay, other people can't just do what I can do, so I need to be like conscientious of their I need to be conscientious of that and not just like destroy them. I think she might believe that other people have the potential to reach her level, but she wouldn't just assume that they're there. In fact, I think she's more likely to look down on people and assume that they're just not like they're just not at all near her level. For somebody to like I think if somebody, and this is probably a character flaw and something that I think a lot of people might experience in this world, is that she might look, for example, at Thotsev and be like, ah, yes, Thotsev, of course she's powerful, look at her. And then look at Fallon and be like, Fallon's a toothpick, right? But you know, there's more to it than that. Like, Fallon may be a toothpick, but he's also the son of Crown Nazareth. Yeah, so you know, don't just underestimate him. Oz is large, and he can probably be very intimidating. He hasn't really leveraged that. But honestly, most of his like destructive strength, like if he were to hit somebody, would come from his tail, because his tail is just like a massive hunk of like brunt force. I'm gonna make it face the other way here. Oz is relatively speaking, like Kale is a monster for her size, right? She's like 5'9", and she can probably like outbench like anybody like in her height range. Oz is just kind of maybe a little bit above average because he does do the training and stuff, but he's not Like Kale could arm wrestle him and beat him like relatively easily. Her judgment skills. Here's a good way to put it, because this is what her entire character arc is. She has the knowledge, she has the skills because they have been taught to her, but she doesn't know how to properly implement them. Like, you know, talking to people and being social, which is her big thing that she's struggling with right now. People, you know, it's been mentioned multiple times by like multiple characters, like, oh yeah, she's good at all the things, right? She's passed all these tests and like she knows all the diplomacy and all the, but then when it comes to actually doing it, it's like a different thing, right? It's like, oh, people are having problems, I don't know how to deal with it. I forgot where I was going with that. I completely lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I actually don't remember what I was talking about. Wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't remember what I said 30 seconds ago. Oh man. I'm gonna make this more. Kale needs to learn how to do people better. I don't remember what I was saying. I'm so sorry. Something about social skills. What was I talking about? I think I was talking about, because somebody asked about whether she would push people past their limits, and I said no, because she's kind of self-centered and she thinks she's better than everyone or whatever, and she would understand that other people don't have her capabilities. She has the knowledge but not the skills to implement them. I think it would be more accurate to say that she doesn't have the experience. Like, everything she knows is very it's very textbook. Let's do one more. See what happens. Right, her judgment skills. Yeah, like Kale knows what's right and wrong in terms of how to deal with people, right? And the way that I kind of illustrate that is every so often she'll do something impulsively and then immediately take it back. The latest example being when she was running around with Zagon, when he was like, wait, why Oz is pissed off? Why is Oz pissed off? What'd you do? And she was trying to stop him, and then she grabbed him by the wrist, right, and pulled him. And they just kind of made eye contact, and she looked down at the fact that she was holding his hand, and she let go immediately and was like, I'm sorry, that was bad. And then that was it, right? So even though she had that immediate response of like, no, I'm gonna grab you because I'm trying to make a point or whatever, she immediately was like, wait, no, that was bad. I shouldn't have done that, right? And then even earlier in book one, when when she was running around like chastising students for like missing classes or whatever, she never touched them. She never made physical contact with any of them. She was there to be like, I'm here to enforce the law, but she never once like so much as like even held a fist up to their face or like grabbed them by the clothes or anything. Like she got a little like up in that one shark kid's face, but that was the extent of it. Take care, Toon Kid. And that's like that's very important to her characters, that she knows not to touch people. She knows that, you know, not to violate personal spaces. She still kind of struggles with the idea, but like she's able to identify when she has dropped the ball. That's like her big redeeming quality. This one's looking a little clunky, but just trying to get an idea down. She's aware, well, she's aware of not just her strength, but she's aware of the fact that like just because she has these powers, like this highly destructive, like I'm one of the strongest people on the planet, you know, idea, doesn't mean she can just like throw it around and mess with people. But she also doesn't really know how to do the alternative. Oh, this one's kind of sucking. Hang on. Okay, you know what? I already know I'm not going to use this one because it's kind of... It's looking a little weird, but... Oh, you know what it is? It's this. I'm going to move this down here. So she knows, you know, the goods and bads of dealing with other people, but she doesn't know how to implement them, and she especially doesn't know how to like deal with it when there's like problems. You know what? I feel like this third one could actually clean up into something really neat, but I'm having trouble making it work. Let me try that again, actually. Whoa. Get rid of that. Where's that? Okay. I'm gonna move this over here and do another draft of that because I think that could work really nicely, but... Well, I mean, she's still in I'm Kill Nazareth, I do what I want mode, but it's like a different, like it's never been like even at her worst, she's always kind of had that redeeming quality. Yeah, the thing about the line of action thing is that I don't actually understand it. I've tried so much to get it. Like I understand it on like a conceptual level what people mean when they talk about the line of action and all that, but it just I don't like I can do the thing or whatever line of action, but I can't follow it because eventually one of the limbs are just gonna go in a different direction, and it's like okay, but the limb is going in a different direction. What do I do with that? What brush is this? I made this brush, but I don't remember. I don't remember what the story behind this brush, which is weird because I actually made it like last week. Let me actually just take this and just move it over here. Yeah, the thing about art things is that there we go. See, I actually like that a lot more. Maybe a little more of it like this. Two lines of action, one for the body and the other one for the bar. Yeah, no, I know that's a thing, but I don't know. I just don't think that way. So the thing that I wanted to mention about that is that art is like it's actually different for everybody, and I'm sure that everyone kind of knows this on some level, but like something as seemingly trivial as like your learning style or whatever, it causes you to process some things about art different from other people. And for me, line of actions just don't really work. I don't know how to process them. They don't make sense in my mind. There's been times when I feel like I kind of get it, but then I try to implement it again, and it's like, nope, it still doesn't work. Some people are able to do this insane thing where they're like, oh, I'm gonna draw Kel, right? I'm just gonna put a line over here, and like put the eyes over here, and I'll just like draw the eye perfectly the first chance I get. And then they like draw the it's like, oh, it's on model, and I'm over here and I tried it, and it's like I can't do that. It doesn't work. I need to actually be like, oh, the construction of the head and the like the center line with like the measurement of the eye. Like I have to give myself some guides. It doesn't work. So I'm not like putting you down or anything, by the way. Just the line of action thing is. I wish I understood it, because the people who understand it can make some really cool stuff, but it doesn't make sense in my mind. Anime Kel. I mean, she's always been a shonen main character. This is not new information. Hi, thanks for making this awesome comic and sticking with it for so many years. Thank you for everything else. The comic is nothing without readers. And I hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, so let's get rid of this. And yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that third one. I'm liking that third one a lot. Ghibli Gale. dynamic pose. So let's move you over here to the center. And let's actually do a little bit of cleanup on you. I'm gonna take the arm and raise it a bit. Oh, that's awesome. I'm generally speaking a very visual person myself, but when it comes time to like actually come up with something, like I get kind of stuck. Do I play any PC games? Yeah. Lately I've been playing what am I playing? Steam, come up. Oh right, so I have a Stardew Valley farm that I'm doing with some friends, and then recently we picked up this game called Generation Zero, which is about like 80s kids in Sweden fighting robots. And then on my own, every once in a while, I've been playing Haven. I picked up this game called Lost Ember. I'm still kind of getting into it. The trailer was very charming, but the game itself is a little slow, a little like cut and dry. The premise is you play as like animals and learn the history of how humanity collapsed or something. Whoops, what the hell? Okay. Oh, I thought it was like a new game or something. Yeah, no, we just kind of picked it up because it was on sale for like $8, and we needed like a new multiplayer experience, so we picked up that game. Valheim, it sounds familiar. Okay, so it's 2:30 and I'm going until 5:30. So I don't know if I'll actually have time to do all three versions of this image, but at the very least I'm gonna do the one. And something I'm thinking about doing, which I figured I would try and do it if the stream went well, which it's actually going extremely well, and I have you all to thank for it. Is to maybe do like a once a month stream and make some fun arts and stuff. So maybe I can set up another stream for later where I do the other two variants of this wallpaper thing. I feel like I'm stuttering a lot. Sorry about that. My brain is like racing. Do you see any trademark-related problems with the company Supercell, makers of Clash of Clans? No, actually. Early on, there were a couple of instances where like somebody joined like the Discord server, for instance, and were like, "Hey, I'm having a problem with my account. Can you fix it?" And it's like, you're in the wrong place. I've gotten, again, really early on, a few like private messages on Twitter where it's like, "I got banned, help." But no, that hasn't happened in years. The SEO, like, it hasn't actually been as big a problem as I thought it was going to be, which is probably why I don't feel super pressured to like do anything about it. Giving tech advice. No, I don't want to deal with with other people's problems. I have so much going on already. There we go. Now, do I want to keep her original hair, or do I want to give it? No, I'll keep the original hair because this is actually a comic promo, so I can't give her like pink hair, like a pink mohawk. I like giving her different hairstyles. So, question from Subterror227. If I were to make a Supercell into a game series, how would I approach the gameplay formula? Would it be an RPG, an MMO, survival, third person, etc.? There's been a few ideas that I've kind of had over the years. One of which is a like an XCOM style game, but it's like hero based. So I guess there is an XCOM 3 which is all about like the hero characters, and that was one of the things that kind of came to mind when I was thinking about that. Chimera something. I forget what it's called. Something Chimera. So that was an option that came to mind when I think there are aspects that some people might enjoy as like an open world game. I'm not super a fan of open world games. I don't know. I guess I could go into detail on that, but it doesn't seem worth it. Like even you know, I largely consider, okay, so the one open world game that I really truly love is Ghost of Tsushima. That game, holy crap. I love that one a whole bunch. However, you know, when it comes to open world games, everyone's always like, ooh, Breath of the Wild, so good, and I can't stand Breath of the Wild. And the reason I can't stand Breath of the Wild is because there's just nothing to fucking do in that game. It's like a completely dead, barren wasteland. There's like there's like 7 enemies in the entire game. There's Stalfos, Lizalfos, Moblins and Bokoblins, and Wizrobes, and then the robots, and there's like nothing else. So like I can't even go find something cool to fight except maybe the Lynels. They're like a mini boss or whatever. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm bored of fighting enemies. I'm gonna go do something else. What can I do? Shield surfing? Well, you can only do that for like 2 minutes before your shield explodes. And now you're wasting resources. Okay, well, can I go fishing? No, there's no fishing in this Zelda game. Can I do horse racing? Nope, no horse racing either. Well, what else can I do in this friggin' Zelda open world? You can walk around, fight some more. It's like, okay, never mind. No. I can't with Breath of the Wild. But yeah, no, Ghost of Tsushima, that one I actually enjoyed a lot. It still suffers from a little bit of like lack of content in terms of like you know, it's like, oh, stuff that you can go do. It's find the little bamboo things so you can cut them and expand your sword range. It's like, okay, cool. I went there and then I did that and it took like 2 seconds and now I can't do it again. But I can put up with it because there's like 20 different little things you can do all over the world like that. So it feels like there's actual content. Somebody at some point in time suggested like a dating sim, which I think that would be cute in context of like anybody can look like anything in the setting, and there's like no like the I guess the gender stuff is completely out the window. Okay, Super Soapy, please take care of yourself. I know that you're enjoying this and you're having fun, and I love it, and I'm having fun too, and I like having you around, but do not hurt yourself on my behalf. Nintendo's put out some games that I really like, but generally I do think that a lot of people kind of go for Nintendo because of pure like brand loyalty. It's like, oh, Nintendo put out another game that's the same, but also not quite the same as everything they've put out before. Which is fine, like, people can like whatever the hell they want to like. I only ever take issue when people tell me that the things that I like or don't like, it's like, I'm allowed to like and dislike things too. This is not an either or. Lovers of the Aether. Yeah, I remember that's the thing. I think I played that game. Not Lovers, but Rivals. I played it a couple times once. Art exam. Okay, so let me tackle like a couple of questions real quick from the list. Voltaire had another question. What was your best and worst moment connected with making the comic? I don't want to talk about the worst moment because there's some deeply personal stuff involved that I don't. There's reasons why I should not that I couldn't, but that I shouldn't open up about that. So I can't give you an answer for that one. Sorry, but like I think the best part of making the comic has been like so one of my goals for the comic is really to, I guess, teach people stuff, and that sounds pretentious. There's stuff that I want to share with people about like navigating life, navigating problems that I think a lot of people, for whatever reason, either don't learn, or it takes them a long time to learn, or you know that they're having some issues with how. An example being I have a reader who it's an extremely sweet person. They approached me once. There was a scene at the beginning of the second book, the prologue after the second book, where Tanny Hal confronts Crown, and she's like, "Yo, you are treating your kid so badly, and you are damaging her." And he gets all like, I don't beat my daughter. I'm not doing anything wrong. What's wrong with you? And then she just kind of calmly explains, it's like, look, I'm not saying that you beat your daughter, but there is such thing as like psychological maltreatment, which is like a form of neglect, and you know, you can really stunt a child's growth, etc., etc. And I had a reader once message me privately, and they said, hey, reading this scene made me realize that my parents damaged me a lot growing up, and a lot of the fears and the issues and the problems that I've experienced as an adult, where I don't know how to operate in society. I'm realizing now that had a lot to do with the way my parents treated me, and the reason I realized is because I was reading your comic, and Tanny Hal was pointing things to Crown that I experienced from my parents, and so that helped this reader come to terms with some personal issues regarding their relationship with their own parents, and they found clarity in that. And they were like, wow, I feel like I can do something about that now because I have knowledge of this. I have an anchor. I have something to focus on, the idea that oh, I'm not just broken because I suck. I have issues because my parents did shit to me. Not that they didn't mean to do bad things to me. It's just kind of they didn't know what they were doing when they were raising me, and as I was coming up as a child, and then they did stuff to me that just kind of scarred me, for lack of a better word. And that was there's been a handful of readers who have shared stories with me like that, where they'll read something in the comic and then they'll go, wow, I just learned something about how to deal with my own life because I was reading your comic. I actually had somebody once tell me that like they came to terms with their sexuality because of the comic. Because, oh, you know, your comic has all these different characters and I can't tell which characters are male and which characters are female, and I'm attracted to a whole bunch of them. And that made me kind of realize that, oh, it's kind of the same as like in real life. I find that I'm also attracted to like all kinds of people, but you know, because everybody has to be straight or whatever, like I had that like inner fear or whatever, like I didn't want to acknowledge some things about it. So somebody actually realized that they were, I think it was like Buy or Pan, I don't remember, because they read my comic and they were like, oh, you know, your sexual attraction shouldn't be attached to like weird assumptions that you make about people based on the way they look or gender dynamics or whatever. And that's been the absolute best part about the comic, is when people experience some form of personal growth from reading it and learning something about coping with life, or you know, getting some sort of personal value, because that's ultimately my goal with the comic, is giving people validation and giving people to like have people see themselves in the comic in some way or form, and learn to handle life better. So that I would say has been the best part, is just people reading it and getting something valuable out of it. Animerol says, did I miss storytelling questions? And no, not necessarily. I don't want to be the sixth to ask, like, if you have to see yourself as a visual drawing artist. No, that hasn't. I mean, I think that was mentioned in passing, but it wasn't like a question or anything. So one, I'm not a great writer on my own. I have an editor. I want people to know that. Like, I'm not just writing this on my own. Usually the way it works is I'll write a first pass. I'll generate a bunch of ideas. I'll try to like I'll basically iron out what I'm trying to accomplish with a scene or with a book or whatever. And then my editor takes it and goes, okay, well, this thing that you're doing here is inconsistent with the goal that you said you're trying to achieve with it. And so I'll do like a couple of revision passes or whatever, and then at a certain point, once I have like a first draft that's like working but unpolished, then my editor will take it and go, okay, I'm going to take this and refine the dialogue and make it sound better and have things flow a little bit more. That's the working dynamic that we have. So I'm not just like doing raid writing because I know what I'm doing so hard. It's like no. My writing is good because I have somebody who knows what they're doing helping me out with it. I definitely see myself as more of a visual artist first, but that's because that's where a lot of my focus has been. If I sit down to write something, I know that I can have a very basic, like, functional idea going, but it's not going to be polished. It's not like I'm not necessarily going to know how to take it to the next level. With visual stuff, yeah, I can absolutely do that. With that said, I consider storytelling to be the epitome of what I want to be good at as an artist. And so what I would love to be a better writer than a visual artist, but for the time being, I'm definitely like a visual artist first and foremost. I will eventually get there, but I'm not quite there yet. So I missed a couple of questions. Let me go back and look at that. I'm not gonna lie, I do relate to Kale. Good, I'm glad. That's awesome. A little fun fact about people relating to Kale is that when I first started the comic, and I was reading like books on writing and marketing and all that stuff, there was always this emphasis early on from all these sources to be like, you need to figure out what your target audience is. And I didn't really know what that meant. And I especially didn't really understand it until way later. But really early on, I decided it's like, oh, well, the comic is about like this girl doing stuff and being powerful and navigating the world. So clearly my target audience is like young adult women. And that is true. That's always been true. But most of my audience is like teenage boys. Which, Kale is very much like a shonen character, so I can absolutely see why that happened. I just think that's funny. Let's see. You put down all these innovative but also relatable situations. Thank you. Do you write out of necessity on the comic, or do you have an urge to tell it how you see it? My philosophy is that this isn't about me. Like, this comic isn't like I'm not here to do like self-expression or whatever. That sounded really dismissive. I'm sorry. A lot of people write to do self-expression. That's completely fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I don't much care to do self-expression, partially because I feel like anything I have to express about myself, a lot of other people have already expressed. And it's not really necessary. My storytelling is more, what can we figure out together to make things better for everybody? Like I'm not here to be like, oh, peer into my soul. Again, I'm not trying to be dismissive. That sounds really dismissive. I'm not, people write for themselves. That's completely fine. For me, storytelling is a lot more about like, okay, what do I have to share with people to make their lives better? What tools do I have to give other people to, live life a little bit easier? My storytelling is a service. It's community service, if that makes sense. So like everything I put in the comic, I don't just put it because I like it or whatever. I actually end up cutting a lot of things out because sometimes I'm just like, oh, it would be cool if this happened. And then it's like, yeah, but it wouldn't make sense. That gets axed very quickly. Obviously, I do keep a lot of stuff that's like fun just for the sake of being fun because, eating celery all the time may be good for you, but it's just celery. Like you do need candy every once in a while, and meat and spices and whatever. But first and foremost, I think when I tell stories, I want to give people more than just 5 minutes of entertainment. I want them to be able to walk away from consuming something that I make and be like, yeah, I understand myself a little bit better now. It's like I understand that my parents messed me up growing up, or I understand that I shouldn't think of people in terms of whether they're male or female, because I'm inhibiting my own feelings. Like I should just like think of people as people, and if I'm attracted to them, I'm attracted to them. That's what I want to give people with my work is, understand yourself better, understand the world around you a little bit better, that kind of stuff. I know that sounds pretentious, but that's my goal. Is I want my work to be more than just like something for fun for somebody to do for a bit, and then they're done, and then everybody gets to forget about it. Celery is very watery and bland, but it is good for you, and it's good to eat it. But if that's the only thing you eat, that's just kind of depressing. Actually, I'm gonna make those stick out a little bit more. So I can put them in the back as well. Break up that silhouette a little bit. Oh god, I really hope that answer didn't come off as like super ultra pretentious, because it very easily could be. I definitely know a lot of folks that Supercell has made a significant impact in their lives and self-understanding. Yeah, I know there's a handful of people for whom that's true. I only know of like 3 or 4. Because I like I said, a small handful of people have expressed to me like how much the comic means to them and like how it helped them deal with or understand or cope or whatever. I hope there's more, but as far as I'm aware, it's like a couple that's true for. Oh, I have a question on Discord, maybe. How the hell did you get to the celery analogy? I just picked celery out of... Oh, what's one of those superfoods that people eat to be healthy? Oh, right, celery. Yeah, eating only celery is not good, but like... I was just going to use that as an example of like, oh, I want to eat healthy. What should I eat? Celery, I guess. This armor is pretty badass. Thank you. Crud. I know that I had like a design inspiration for it, but I don't remember specifically what it was. I'm relatively certain that at least part of it is based on like the Mega Man, like the ZX series. At least the slower part is inspired by that. I don't remember much else. I desperately would love for more people to know about the comic and give it a chance. So one of the challenges that I face is like, it's not a furry comic, but like if you look at the comic, it's like, oh, it's a furry comic, and most people would just go, I don't want to read a furry comic. It's like, okay, first of all, if you're refusing to read furry comics just because they're furry, like, come on. Like, that's such a shallow... Now, I understand that furry comic, quote unquote, usually means something very specific, and I'm not talking about like smut. I'm talking about like, it's usually for people who are really just here to look at pretty animal characters, and that's completely fine. It's like a niche target audience. Completely valid, nothing wrong with that. So like, if somebody who's not a furry, like, they're not just gonna read about like, look at these animal characters hanging out and, I don't know, talking like that. I can see why that wouldn't appeal to necessarily a wider audience. But Supercell isn't that. Like, I never really intended to even market it at furry specifically. It was more animal characters are cool, and I wanted an excuse to draw whatever I wanted. I guess. Yeah, even furry smut has great narrative things sometimes. And, like, I understand that people aren't necessarily out to read smut when they're like, oh, I want to read a comic. but you know, there's a lot of furry comics that are not smut. And even if there were, like, you know, if you know what you like, fucking go for it. Who cares? I haven't saved in like 2 hours. Let me do that. Night in the Woods. Night in the Woods and Undertale. Well, I mean, Undertale has furry characters in it. It's not dedicated furry, but yeah, Night in the Woods is also a thing where how did I design this part? Hang on. It's got like a okay. So it's probably gonna have like a wheel thing here or something so it can connect. Ooh, this doesn't make spatial sense, but that's okay. You know what? I can worry about actually designing this armor later. Right now I'm just making fun art. I also forgot what I was talking about again, my bad. It's very hard to have a stream and do commentary at the same time. I don't like the way that looks, but that's fine. I actually did have a situation recently where my power supply for my computer just exploded. And I think what happened that day is I did my daily warm-up sketch, and then like immediately it just and I wasn't able to save it, so I had to do it again. Something seems wrong about this pose, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's not the pose itself, maybe it's just that this is like at a wrong angle. Yeah, that's better. Oh, I'm gonna do something with this picture that I think you guys are gonna like if you are into like art hacks. If I already asked you this question in the Like It Easy stream, you can skip if you want. Would you rather have pizza flavored cake or cake flavored pizza? Let's see. Cake flavored pizza would be like the bread with like chocolate and icing on it. So I guess kind of like one of those giant, I think they're called pizza cakes actually. Whereas pizza flavored cake would be like, I guess, lasagna. I think I'd rather have that. I think I'd rather have pizza flavored cake. Fun fact about this armor, I have never drawn the legs. So I'm gonna try and figure out what that's gonna look like right the frig now. This is me designing stuff for the first time. You get to watch me experiment. Yay! Hang on, I don't want it to be like a straight on this. Deep dish is amazing. It's like just some epic concentration of like nothing but cheese and meat. Let's see. I probably want to cut this off here. So that there's room for the knee thing, the knee pad. I mean, deep dish is like, it's basically lasagna. Let's add these guys over here as well. Fun fact. The butt cheeks are the shoulders. They're the deltoids of the legs. I'm not kidding about that. What's your favorite dish? I don't think I have one. I love a lot of like Asian food. I love mee goreng. If you're familiar with mee goreng, it's absolutely delicious. It's a Malaysian dish. I'm not sure if it's a Malaysian dish, but it's very prominent in Malaysia at least. Sierra has a question. Has nothing to do with anything that's been talked about recently. That's fine. I feel like it'll be an awkward change of topic. No, ask away. I'm here to answer questions about whatever. I'm not like I've gotten questions about like how many languages I speak, for example. So some nightmare discussion about. Yes, white child was Alfredo sauce. Now that's a weird statement. So allow me to provide you with some context while Sierra writes their question. I really love pasta sauce. I don't know why. Just all the different pasta sauces are great to me. But I think one of my favorite ones is Alfredo, and you know, that white sauce. And I forget how this happened, but I was doing shopping, was grocery shopping with people, and like we were in like the pasta aisle, and I was like, oh, look at all this sauce, and I just like grabbed like the giant the bottles, like the giant jar bottles of pasta sauce, and I'm holding them. And I'm like, these are my babies. These are my children. And it just kind of became a recurring joke where like I would just grab like the big bottles of pasta sauce and be like, my children. And so like the standard like meat sauce is red child because, you know, the sauce is red, and then the Alfredo sauce is white. So I call it the white child. So I have like red and white child that I eat. It's horrific. Let's see. All right, I've been considering an OC for a short while. Ooh, more OCs. I'm happy. I like people making OCs. I love that concept. Uses tools and weapons designed specifically to work in tandem with Kenro. Would this be practical? It wouldn't be impractical. It would kind of depend on what you're trying to make. For instance, one thing that and I don't think this is a spoiler. This is more of a you have this to look forward to in the future, is that Z, I think. Yeah, Z is actually gonna do a thing where he has like he's gonna have like a rifle, and then he's gonna like float a ring in front of the rifle and then shoot through it, and then use the ring to basically spread the blast, like magnify the blast a bunch. So that is something that you can do. Be resourceful and kind of combine things, but like if you were gonna do something like put a Kenro ring and like a gun, like an energy gun to like power it, like I guess you could do that, but it wouldn't be that much different from just using like a regular power source, because I mean the ring is gonna run out of juice and possibly explode on you, and I don't think you want that. So yes, it is possible to do like hybrid mechanisms. It's just it's hard for me to say yay or nay on that question overall. Just kind of on the like it's a case by case thing. Like I would like to reiterate something that I mentioned earlier a whole bunch, which is that they should actually be facing the other way. When you're making OCs, like you're free to have fun with them. Like I'm not gonna enforce any world building or whatever. I get that you want to set your characters in the world and stuff, and that's awesome. And I don't want to get in the way of your fun. If it's more fun for you to kind of adhere to like the world building and stuff, I'm perfectly happy giving you all the information and such. But like I also don't want to come off as like that wouldn't happen. Like I'm not. I want you guys to be happy. Actually, that's not how that would work. Yeah, having hybrid mechanisms between Kenro and like normal technology is definitely a thing. It's just if you're just doing it because it's cool, it might actually be kind of impractical in the world, which doesn't mean it wouldn't happen. Like we have a lot of very stupid things that exist in real life because somebody thought it was cool and no other reason. Let me move this up a little bit because I need room for her souls. I hope that you staying up this late to watch the stream is worth it. I have no creativity. Can I adopt an already existing character? I actually had an idea a while back, and this may still be in the cards in the future, but I don't know. I have so many other things to think about that I just can't devote any time to any side things. But I was actually planning on doing this thing where a lot of the background characters I forget what the setup was going to be, but I think if you signed up to like a specific tier of Patreon, or like if you did some kind of like donation through my coffee or whatever, that you could like name the character and give them like a backstory and why they're in the school and blah blah. I never got around to doing that because again I just have so much going on. But that was the idea. That was on the back burner. Supercell character creator would be a hoot, because it would have to be like the what was the game called? Spore? I think it was called Spore. But it would have to be good. I might have... What the hell was that? Okay, my streaming program did something for some reason. I might have missed it. Does Galarantis lean more towards Genro? Yes and no. I think Galarantis, by virtue of just sort of being like an island nation... Okay, here's a good way to explain it. Kenro in Ronem is so brutally prominent because for a lot of the time it was necessary. Like there's a lot of areas in that Ronem region that like they're not great. There's like a lot of desert and badlands and mountains, and the use of Kenro became super widespread originally as out of like necessity. It's like, okay, we use this to like master the world around us and like bend nature to our will so that we can thrive and survive in any environment. So that's why it's so Kenro heavy. Galarantis, I think by virtue of being an island nation, they had like a lot more access to like other methods of survivability. So they do have Kenro, and this is not deep lore, but this is one of the things that are just kind of like rattling in the back of my mind. They probably actually have some of the most powerful Kenro people around. Very, very limited number of them, very specific places. But by and large, I don't think they consider Kenro like a necessity. And no, it would not have the same religious connotation. It's Ronem has problems. Galarantis is I think the reason I made Galarantis is because Ronem and Castina are so messed up that I was just like, man, I need just like one area to not be to not be completely terrible. So Galarantis is over there, and it's like, yeah, they have problems, but like when you live in the US and you know of all the problems that we're dealing with here, you look at places like, for instance, Canada, and it's like, man, you guys have some problems, but your problems are like not nearly on the same scope as what we have here. Like, there's definitely some messed up crap about Canada. Like, I'm not going to deny that, but like, God, Canada just makes the US look so horribly dystopic. And that's kind of what Galarantis is. It's like, it's not a perfect nation by any means, but like, I think a lot of people in both Castina and Ronem would look at Galarantis and be like, man, I wish I could just like move there and not have to deal with all this crap. Okay, so the question here is, I'm interested because Tiny Hell knows a lot, and while it has a simple traditional aesthetic, did she still study there? That is in reference to Oh gosh, where is it? Maybe here? No? Oh, okay, here we go. That is in reference to this, which I'm loading up right now. This was, for a while I had a feature on Patreon where people could be like, okay, for this month, draw this situation in the comic. And what came out of that for a bit was like alternate universe ideas. There was like a family reunion thing at some point with the characters. And so this one was like, what does Galarantis look like? So I drew this place, which is actually a little nod to like some Tiny Hal backstory, and here she is. This is not representative of Galarantis as a whole. This is specifically like a monastery that she has history with. And yeah, I guess that answers that. Like the very kind of simple traditional aesthetic is limited to this particular setting, but wow, my brain is really melting now. Let's see, coming up with a FC? Oh, fan character for Supercell sounds super awesome as a challenge. I myself could try to come up with a character that fits with his style and ton of football source. Awesome. Yeah, no, I welcome people being creative with things that I make. I'm not the kind of person that's like, this is my property and like people need to respect, like, I made this and nobody else can have fun with it. It's like, people are welcome to do whatever they want. Fun fact, because this just came up it just came to mind when I said that. Every so often, somebody. Okay, I don't have to name names, so it's fine. Every so often, like, somebody will ask if I'm okay with like lewd fanarts, like Rule 34 stuff, and my yeah, I'm fine. Like, I don't care, but I think because I don't draw it myself, people still feel like, okay, but the author doesn't, so I shouldn't. And it's like, that's really sweet, actually. It seems self-defeating that they asked me for that. And I guess maybe they're looking for me to like shoot them down or something so they don't have to feel like bad about it or whatever. It's like, nah, I don't care. I do not care. But it does tickle me. It does amuse me that like people will like prod that subject and then they still don't do anything with it. And I think they're doing it out of respect. Which is again, it's really sweet. Especially because again, there's like a lot of other artists out there who like don't draw my things. They're my characters. If you draw my characters, I'll sue you. I mean, they don't say that, but like people are very protective of the stuff that they make. I'm not so uptight about it, and that might be like a bad and pretentious way to put it. I don't know, but like I just want people to have fun. Like, we're here to have fun, you know. We're all mortal meat sacks, and we're gonna die one day. And not so fun fact. That's actually one of the things that motivates me to work so much, is that I know I'm here for a limited time, and I have things I want / need to do first before I go. Things I want to share with people. Things I want to share with people before they leave as well. Like, you know, people much older than me that, you know, we're not going to be around forever, and people that I love are not going to be around for forever, and I want to make things before I can't share it with them anymore. And that's one of my big motivators that keeps me awake at night, and I'm like, I have to work on my comic, you know. I didn't mean for that to get depressing. Sorry if that was like the. Why was I even talking about that? Something about fan characters fitting with other people's works. I think I was just trying to make a point that like I make stuff so people can have fun with it, not I don't know. I don't know. Wow, I really got distracted. That was like a weird stream of consciousness thing that just happened. I have no idea why I was talking about that. Is making a webcomic worth it? The answer varies. Memento Mori. I don't know what Memento Mori is. Two people have said that. The answer varies on whether making a webcomic is worth it, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and the payoff is usually very minimal. On days when I find out that somebody's life has been improved by the comic, those days I am flying, and I'm like, yes, absolutely, totally, 100%. There are also days where I find out that unless I messed up the tracking code for the Google Analytics, my comic somehow lost a couple hundred readers overnight one day, and that sucks. There are days where it's like I just sat down for 8 hours and I made a page and I'm exhausted, and then I put it on the internet and like 3 people say nice, right? And that's like, oof. Making a webcomic is not like, it's also not like, it's not profitable. There's been some very, very generous people who have like tipped me, you know, very generously, and that's awesome and it's great. But like, generally speaking, like, you can't just make a webcomic expecting to try and make a living out of it. It's just not. Like, in order for a comic to be that kind of successful, you almost need to have an established audience from something else already. Actually, I don't like the way these protrusions are sticking out. Overall, I would say that making a webcomic is worth it about 70% of the time. And then the remaining 30%, it's like, I hate this. Why am I doing this with my life? I think the thing that enables me to kind of keep going with it is again that motivation that I just explained a minute ago, where like there's things I need to share with people, things I want to like teach people and on how to deal with their own lives, and things I want to share with people that are not going to be around forever, and things that I want to share with people before I'm not around anymore. So those are what we call internal motivators. It's things that you do because you care about it, and they will carry you through a project even if it completely fails. With that said, external motivators are also important, and external motivators are extremely difficult to acquire when you're making any kind of project, I think, if you don't have an established audience. So like 70% of the time it's absolutely worth it, and the remaining 30% of the time it's very like grueling. It's not something that I would encourage people to just do. With that said, I also don't want to discourage anyone from doing it. I'm just saying, like, as a heads up, if you're going to try and embark on like a webcomic journey, be prepared to struggle, because it is a struggle. And the struggle itself needs to be worth it, or it's not going to go anywhere. Oh, thank you. I appreciate all the comments and all the questions, and I'm glad that you guys are having fun. I'm having fun too. I love this. I find webcomics are a passion project. They don't make much money, and it takes up to years for them to gain traction. Yep, all true. Bringing in readers, that's why it's a passion project. So you do it because, yeah. And they have to be, because like if you make something that you hate and it's really successful, and you, I don't know, maybe make a lot of money or whatever, it's like, okay, cool. If you make something and you hate it and then it fails and nobody resonates, then you just spent a lot of time doing something that you hated and it amounted to nothing. Whereas if you make something that you have fun with and you love and enjoy, even if it fails, you can at least say, okay, but I had fun, you know? Didn't I have like a base? Oh, I never drew her ears on that. That's fine. Oh, I've been working mirrored this whole time. Yeah, there we go. See, it's passion projects make the world turn. Yep. My motivation for making this is so wholesome. Thank you. I've always thought of it as being kind of narcissistic and selfish. It's like, who the hell am I to give people advice on their life, you know? But but I appreciate that at least it comes off as like, oh, I just want to help other people, rather than I know better than you. I don't know better than a lot of people. I have things I want to say, and this is my way of saying them. Sorry, I just realized that I missed a bunch of stuff on the chat. Memento mori means remember, you will die, are mortal. Okay. That certainly is a Latin. It's an unus annus thing. I don't know what that. I don't know Latin. All I know about Latin is like que pasa. That's a terrible joke. I'm so sorry. What is it? Weenie, weedy, something. Wenny, weedy, witchy, or whatever. I don't know. Oh, that's right. I forgot you could hear me eating. I'm looking at it. What is it called? Wheat. Yes, wheat thins. Jeez. There it is. Winnie Witty Witchy. Learning Latin for fun. Yeah, I have a bowl of wheat thins right now. Wait! Oh no! Ah, the fact that I've been working mirrored this whole time means her hair is backwards. You know what? I'm just gonna flip it. There, her hair is not backwards anymore. Okay. I believe that's ready for line art. What is this? Those are my drafts. Okay, so before I go too far into this, I'm actually gonna go ahead and put Kale in her all folder. Kale. Okay, and then this is the drafts, and this is the sketch, and this is cleanup. And you know, I'm sure the drawing looks fine. It's just that her hair is like asymmetrical, going one way. You know what? I just had an idea. Once I'm done with this, I'm gonna make this available as a downloadable thing. Like maybe I'll put it up on like Gumroad or Dropbox or something so people can download it. And that'll probably be in a few days, but once I'm finished with this, you guys will be able to download it and poke around on it yourselves. These are thumbnails. This is composition. This is my ground plane. I don't need to name that ground plane. I'll just name it anyway, just to keep it in check. The more you watch me do art, the more you... oh my gosh. The more you watch me do art, the more you feel similar to me. I hope that's a good thing. My inspirations. Oh, I think I did see your question. Oh, I hope I didn't miss it. I'm sorry. Oh wait, no, yeah. What's the inspiration for the... Oh, no. That's an inspiration for the different names and languages in the comic. Crud. I may have missed your question if you asked specifically about the inspirations for the comic. My bad. Inspiration for the comic. Oh, you're right. I should save. I haven't saved since the last time I said I was saving. Once again, I have forgotten what I was... Oh, inspirations for the comic. There's not like a specific... I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that has influenced my work, just kind of in general. But I don't know if there was a specific inspiration for any one thing. I can safely say that some of the stuff that influences maybe the way that I present certain things is stuff I like naturally. Like there's an anime called A Certain Scientific Railgun. It's I consider it to be a pretty good anime. It has a couple of issues, but I love the hell out of it. It's one of the very few animes that I tolerate, let alone rewatch. Actually, reverse that statement. It's one of the very few animes that I rewatch, let alone tolerate. I have very little patience for anime. And I definitely know that one of the things from that show that I consciously made the decision to sort of emulate was the backgrounds. That show has backgrounds for days. That's a weird way to put it. I really love the background art for that show. It's very detailed. It's they create like an environment that's like really interesting and lush and fleshed out, and in a way that I don't really see a lot of other anime do, and I really enjoy that. Some people might notice some similarities between Kale and the main character of that show, Mikoto Misaka, who Misaka Mikoto, but that's what people call her in Western. I don't actually watch the dub. I hate the dub, but she has lightning powers, and Kale has similar looking powers, and they're not very similar characters, but I wouldn't blame people for thinking that I might take some inspiration from that. There are certain things that I've seen in that show that's like, ooh, the body language here is nice, I'll keep that in mind for later, but nothing specific, I don't think. So there's that. What else do I know has influenced my things? Saint Seiya, another anime. This one I watched when I was a kid, and it's not good, but I have a soft spot for it, specifically because it was one of the few things. It's one of the very, very, very few things I have nostalgia for. Actually, the armors that the Rhoda Agna wear are very much kind of inspired by that. Just the idea that here's a group of knights of God that do law enforcement, I guess, and they have to make their own armors because everybody's uniques, and they all have their unique signature moves or whatever. It's very that. Although I didn't reference any specific plot beats or anything. So there's a few things here and there that I could probably find where it's yeah, that totally inspired the stuff that I do, but it's hard to list things off the top of my head. Oh, right. Yes. The project originally started in no, I thought it was 2008, but I was corrected recently. It was probably closer to 2010 or 2011. I think it was 2011. But that's when there was an official moment where it's I'm gonna make a comic, and I spent, let's see, I started making pages officially in 2015, so then I'd spend 4 to 5 years conceptualizing and and writing and rewriting and redrafting and making sure that everything was in place. And then in 2015, I officially started making pages. So that's another thing to mention about doing a webcomic is depending on what you're doing and how you want to do it, you may spend anywhere from a few weeks to several years worth of planning and getting ready to actually do the thing. Okay, so yeah, so Full Metal Alchemist. I think my comic has a similar emotional tonality to Full Metal Alchemist, but I wouldn't say that it's... You know what? No, it is definitely an influence. I wouldn't say it's an inspiration, but it's definitely an influence. And the reason I say that is because I really like the original Full Metal Alchemist up until a certain point where I think it just goes completely off the rails and it becomes very, what the hell is going on? Even then, I appreciate that like a lot of the resolution for that show came from like, oh well, we established all of these rules and plot things and important information in the first half of the show. Let's use that information to wrap up the show. And even though I think they kind of dropped the ball, they still sort of stuck to like that palette of information, which I respected. And then Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood came out, and the only thing I remember about that show is that it never stopped introducing new information. Like, on the last episode of the show, they were introducing new characters. And it's like, you can't do that. You can't introduce new characters in the last episode of a show. Like, I can't... I don't want to go on... I have like a whole Full Metal Alchemist rant, but like... Anyway, what I wanted to say about that is that I really like the original show. Like the emotional tonality and how everything just kind of like works together all the way to the end, even though they got weird. I would consider it an influence, but not an inspiration. The next one is Soul Eater. Kel was originally designed as like basically furry Maka. And that's, you know, a lot of people think bunny. It's like, oh, Kel's a bunny. It's like, no, she's furry Maka. I can't really cite that as an influence in my work beyond just that, because I don't know, the narrative, I never really understood the narrative, and it took rewatching the show recently, or attempting to rewatch it recently, to realize that like I didn't resonate with the show. I just liked that it had like a weird aesthetic, and you know, the music was fun, and it had all these fun elements going into it, but like I couldn't remember the plot. I couldn't remember like even the magic system all that much, and weird happened all the time. I wish it had a more of an influence on my work in terms of like art, because it is a very interesting art style, but I've never been able to like properly replicate it. Codex Alera is a book series by Jim Butcher, author of the Dresden Files also, and is that an influence, or do I just like it? You know, I'm not sure. I think every so often I do think about Codex Alera in terms of like okay, this book series did some smart things in terms of like how to set up its magic system. I have this problem that I'm trying to iron out with my magic system. How did they do it? That's I think about the extent of how I would have been influenced by that. But I didn't consciously choose to be influenced by it. What's next in there? Cradle. Okay, Cradle is a book series by Will White. And I consume it via audiobook, narrated by Travis Baldry, who is a voice actor, and he's actually a game developer himself. He has his own game, It's called Galaxy Rebel Outlaw, or yeah, Galaxy. Hang on, let me make sure that's the actual name. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. That's what it's called. Which is a fun little game about. It's basically a truck simulator in space, and you get to fight pirates or whatever, or you know, the cops. I usually fight the cops. And it's like take Dragon Ball Z, but remove all the stupid garbage. And there, I'm not afraid of being mean there, because I legit think Dragon Ball Z is so dumb. And actually give it like a good narrative, and like a strong, like lovingly crafted magic system, and just really fun characters. Like it's my favorite book series. I think it's about this kid climbing the power ladder, like the Dragon Ball Z style power ladder, where it's like, oh, I have to go this place and train and make myself stronger and unlock my. It's wuxia. It's like a wuxia style narrative, but it's got very fun characters and great magic system and like a plot, and it's never it doesn't. So one of my issues that I have with Dragon Ball is that no, it's not DBZ, because this one actually thinks about the shit. Because like you watch Dragon Ball and what is it like? Oh, there's a new bad guy that show up. They're super powerful. How do we know they're more powerful? Oh, because the little scouter says that they're 3,000 points more powerful than you are. It's like, oh, okay, I guess. And sure enough, if they try to fight them, they'll get their butts kicked. That's fine. And then Goku goes and he trains for like 80% of the arc, and then he comes back for the last 20% so they can scream at each other for 5 episodes, and then Goku wins. And I know that there's like a little bit of variance to that, like obviously during the Cell arc, like Gohan is the one who has to do things because Goku is a moron and just... I hate Goku. Like if that wasn't clear, I hate Goku. But like Cradle isn't just that. Like, yeah, at a certain point, the main character Lyndon, like he starts getting a little OP, and he's dealing with like early on in the series, it's not even about him getting to be more powerful than people. It's about him having to outsmart enemies and find out their weaknesses and over prepare for any given encounter before he's able to take them on. Eventually, he gets powerful enough to where he's able to just like he now has like an international reputation for how powerful he is, and people don't want to mess with him. But then the problem stopped being about who has the more like power level in their scouter reads, and more about like, okay, but does that power actually enable you to do problem solving? For instance, if this valley that's about to be destroyed, you have to save them. Just because you have all that power, are you able to save them, or are people's like dumbass politics going to prevent you from making any headway and they're all going to die? So it's about questioning whether having the ultimate ability to shoot the biggest laser and kill the bad guy is going to save the day or not. And it's more about like, what does having power actually mean? And I don't think it has influenced my work yet, but oh my god, do I want it to influence my work. I love that series. My voice hurts. Hang on, I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get a drink, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So in the meantime, I'm gonna play my ads for my rigs that you can download. I wasn't able to do like volume testing, so they might be a little loud. Hopefully not, but yeah, I'll be back in a sec. So enjoy the thing.
put this away, you idiots will understand. I'm not the damsel in distress. I'm not your girlfriend or the frightened princess. I'm not a little bird who needs your help to fly. Nope. I'm the bad guy. All these former villains that you see, each of them with shaking knees has knelt before me. So I'm not your teammate or your partner in crime. What am I, boys?
He's the bad guy.
Oh, it's magic to watch a planet shrivel up and die. Oh, it's thrilling to be a villain. I destroy their homes and then I watch them cry.
'Cause I'm the bad guy.
Hello. Sorry about the volume. I thought I took care of that. I lowered the volume bar, but I guess I didn't lower it enough. Let's see. Yes, that was Dominator from Wonder Beyonder. Vice is a... Oh, be right back. Okay, I'm back properly this time. I had to. There was the door made open. People outside. What was I saying? No, the stream is not frozen. I just have to step away for a second. So Vice is a character that I made because Sonic Forces came out, and it was the first Sonic game that I gave a chance to in forever. And I don't know, toying with the character creator was like neat. And so I made a bunch of little designs. And I took the things that I kind of made with the character creator and I made them better. So that's where Vice comes from. And then she's like a really fun concept that I like to play with. So I was making I wanted to do a rig that was different from the stuff that I normally did, so I made her because she's a fun she's a fun little character. She's a beast. I seem to have a lot of girl characters who just want to like wreck everyone's shit. So I just realized that it is 4:10, so I have about an hour and 10 minutes left on this stream, which means I probably won't have the time to finish this entire wallpaper, but I'm at the very least gonna do the Kale work, and like I definitely do have time for that. Normally, if I wasn't trying to do commentary and keep up with the chat room and you know, be entertaining and my brain wasn't distracted, this would have probably been done a while ago, but you know, we're having fun, so my brain attention is divided. Like I mentioned earlier, once I finish this piece, I'm going to make the file available for download, and it's gonna be free, like I'm not gonna charge for it. So it's probably going to be like a Dropbox links or something, so keep an eye out for it. I'll announce it on the comic website, I'll put it on the Discord, I'll put it on Twitter, so that'll be available to you guys. Kale's height is 5'9". I don't know what that is in centimeters or whatever. But that's like she's I guess tall for like a human for like a human girl, but people in this world can be huge just kind of in general. Oh, those are two separate things. Okay. This is, by the way, not the final design for this armor. Like, this is the first time I'm drawing the legs, so this is just kind of an exploration that I did. Eventually, it's going to clean up into something different, probably. Designing armor is a lot more complicated than... Now, the new comic page is not up. I decided that this week I was gonna, like, just do the art stream and then bask. Like, the comic will resume next week. The anniversary thing was a nice excuse to just gonna take a break and decompress, because I'm constantly sprinting through art and life. But fear not, the comic is like, it's not going to stop anytime soon, and I'm not at risk of like burnout or anything. I just needed to catch my breath. But I appreciate the enthusiasm, though. I'm really happy that the comic means like something to you and stuff. Let's see. How do you come up with character designs? All of them are insanely unique and memorable. The recent four-armed mammal thing. It's never one thing consistently. I actually answered something like this similar earlier, but like basically if it's a background character that's only gonna be like walking around or something, I don't put a whole lot of thought into it. I'm just kind of like, oh, make this character like they have like a really tall neck and really skinny legs, but I don't know, their body is like a tiny, like a little square, and then I just kind of throw it in the back. It's just shapes. But if a character is gonna have like dialogue, or if they might show up again or do something even remotely important, then I think a little bit more about it. One inspiration thing that I've used in the past was the like the Pokemon fusion generator, because it just pukes out like design elements. Something else that I do is I go on Pinterest and I look at random character designs that I like and then see if I can find inspiration there. Just looking at like other people's work is a thing that's like inspirational. Looking up weird animals, and not only looking up weird animals, but like like looking at weird animals and being like, how does this relate to like another animal that doesn't seem like it would, right? So like one concept I have for like the fauna in the school grounds that might show up when the characters are eventually kind of running around the forest is gonna be like a snake, but the head is like a dog. Right? It's like completely bonkers. So it's just kind of about having fun with it, I guess. Yeah, messing with proportions, messing with shapes, messing with colors. That four-armed like dreadlocks bunny thing that showed up recently. I have like a shirt. I think it's like a soccer shirt. I don't know, but it's like dark blue and has the bright green accents. And I was like, oh, that's a nice color scheme. I should use that. And then I set out to make this character. It's like, okay, I need a character that like can do good hugs, I guess. And it's like, oh, well, forearms for more hugging. And it didn't have to be forearms. It could have been really thick arms. It could have been anything. Like just, I guess having like an idea of what I want out of the character kind of clues me into what like design elements to sort of experiment with. The next page actually has a couple of other designs that I'm liking so far, and hopefully you guys will too. Are there questions in the list? I do have one from Diego. It's what's the inspiration for the different names and languages in the comic? I kind of touched on this earlier, but I don't have like they weren't like inspired by something specific. I like at some point in time I just kind of got excited about the idea of conlang, and I was like, wait, what is conlang? And then I read a bunch of stuff about it, and I was like, I want to do conlang. And so I didn't reference like any real languages or anything. The Ronom, what is that? Tepnon Row has I came at it from an angle of like I wanted to sound like the stereotype that people have in their minds of like ancient Egyptian, but that's about the only thing that's like a direct inspiration. And then the other question from Emperor Tigerstar, who is elsewhere. Is there any comparison made to a character or the overall comic that people make that surprise you? No. And there's two reasons for that. One, oh god, brain, don't do this to me now. There's two reasons for like one is not very many people have made comparisons between my comic or my characters to other things. And I don't know if that says anything with the comic or whatever, but it just hasn't really come up a lot in the past. And two, you know what I'm going to do here? I'll just make one. Fill that in. And two, just clone it over. The couple of things that people have made comparisons to have not been surprising, because I guess I already kind of figured people might make certain comparisons to certain things. There's been no music. There was a loud thing in the background a moment ago, but it was not music. Oh yeah, I definitely every so often I make little references to stuff. I forget why I put the little toaster lamp there. I think that was just kind of me having fun at like the idea that Loxin was like this lady who was just kind of pink and obnoxious, and oh, she would have this not the lamp, the radio. Gumball and Darwin are there. I think I may have included Hornet from Hollow Knight. I'm not sure. There's definitely a character in there that looks like her, but I don't recall making that decision consciously. But the page date was definitely around the time that I started playing Hollow Knight, so it's entirely possible that I just like put it there like unconsciously. But yes, as far as the comic and the characters being compared to other stuff, people don't normally do that, and when they have done it, they haven't really been surprising. Although, one of the questions was about whether I had inspiration from Treasure Planet in there, and I don't, but that seems like something that would be in there. So I don't know if that counts. Kale in the comic is 16. In rabbit years. No, this is not relevant to anything ever, and it, by the way, should not be used as a... Okay, I don't know what I'm trying to qualify there for, but the years in Supercell don't work the same way that they do in the real world. I think there's like 3 more months, and they don't all have the same amount of days, and I forgot what setup I have for that, but like you can't really measure the characters' ages in human years. This should not be used as an excuse by creepy people. I don't know why I'm qualifying that. It shouldn't be an issue, but... Princess Luna from MLP? I don't think I did that, or at least not on purpose. Okay, I'm trying to work this a little bit faster because I have about an hour left, and that should be enough for me to finish this, but I don't want to risk it. There's the guy in the background of one of the pages with a crescent-shaped head that looked like a reference to the helix? The helix? I'm not sure what that is. I did reference the giants for Majora's Mask in one of the pages. He's like a janitor or something. You're 15 and you're 6'4"? Holy crap. That's kind of impressive. "15 and 6'4". Wow. Okay. Our mouth. Do the hair real quick. Nail this. You would think that drawing these little sharp teethy things would be easier, but no, it's very complicated and stupid. No. I don't think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do one something like this. Yeah, it's better. When in doubt, simplify. Okay. Oh, it's a good thing that I already had this open, because now I can just go here and start color picking. Let's nice teeth. Whoops. I'm just gonna be making a lot of line art correction as I make progress on this. Yeah, that'll be coming up relatively quickly because color flats are pretty straightforward. Okay, here. What is the most advanced form of future/modern technology in the world, Supercell? I'm not entirely sure. Because they definitely have like futuristic sci-fi tech, but it's motivated by different things than us. So like the only reason in the real world we have like a really aggressive space program or whatever, it has a lot to do with like the space race and like the proxy wars. Without that motivation, other priorities would have existed. And they definitely have other priorities in Supercell. So I don't know, I wouldn't be able to say specifically what like what their most epic technology is. It's definitely more epic than a lot of stuff we have, like locally at least. Oh, whoops. Let's see. Get rid of that, or lower the opacity at least. And add that line to close up that shape. Their technological limitations in world are also limited by my own lack of knowledge about even what we have in the real world. So it's kind of hard to assess what would they have that we don't already have in the real world. It's like, well, I don't even know what we have in the real world, so... Okay, so what do I do with this bottom one? What did I do for the belt? This? Oh yeah, that'll work. Something about this feels wrong, but it's not a big deal. What was the funniest comment that someone has made about Supercell? Oh man, that's a tough one. The funniest comment? I'm not sure. Which, to be fair, so many discussions have been had, like on the Discord and stuff. Huh. I don't know. That seems like such a specific thing that would have happened at like a moment. If you mean like on the website, again, there's been so many comments that I don't have like a specific one that I like, even though a lot of them have certainly been hilarious. Mega Man kill. I mean, yeah, that's definitely one of the things that kind of inspired some of the designs for like the armors that I do. And I think I mentioned earlier, but like Mega Man ZX is like a fun game that I like. Whoa. How did that happen? There we go, eyes. And then how did I do that? Oh, I remember. It was this, right? Yeah. Brushes. They've discovered a thing in the universe that gains more speed and less energy it has, the less energy it has. And these things have been theorized to even time travel. That's, I don't know anything about that. That sounds awesome, but... Oh, this is fun. Check this out. I actually just made this brush, like in the past few days when I was working on that banner. Make these like that. Oh man, look at me working on the wrong layer. Damn. Okay, let's do that again. Oh, that's weird. How am I gonna do that part? Let me start with the leg. Oh, there we go. Perfect. And then the hand. Dyson sphere. I don't know science terms. Actually, that looks a little wonky. I'm gonna do it again. Damn. Oh, that'll do. That works. Cool. Sweet. Although I think I want to reverse the colors for this. Or maybe set it up like this. Oh, no, I don't like that. Actually, it's fine. When it's shaded, it'll look good. Okay, I'm gonna go do some rudimentary background work. Oops, BG draft. Dyson sphere is a giant sphere that acts as billions of solar panels. Ooh. That's kind of neat. When you explain it like that, I actually think I have heard of something along those lines, but why don't I just fill it? I should just fill it. Yeah, there we go. And then to be a little more centered. And I also want to see the grid so I know where the center line is. Okay. Symmetrical ruler. the inspiration for this is actually, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. I saw a poster, or not a poster, I think it was just straight up a wallpaper for Nier Automata. That was really cool, and that's what I'm trying to emulate here. Okay. So now that I have that, this is going to be ambient. And I think I'm going to use a similar lighting setup to this. So that was what? Hard light? Hard light. Hard light. Historical and science fiction. That's fun. And the first thing I'm gonna do actually is highlights. So it's gonna be add. That's kind of what I meant earlier when I said that once like the sketch is out of the way, everything else flows really fast. Oh, whoops. My bad. I painted over stuff that I had already painted. Oh, that's actually a fun little exercise, yeah, making characters as a way of world building. I don't know if you can hear that, that's my cat digging in the background. Yeah, shading is fun. It's the part where like I feel like I have to put the least like brain power into, because I have it down to like a science almost. It's very soothing after all the brain power necessary to like conceptualize something. Whew. Cat's name is Nugget. She's a precious bat. Yay. Oh man, I remember that happening. I don't remember the context though. Yeah, so I think the motivator behind that is that like some memes you can do. I mean, this obviously depends on what you're trying to do with like whatever work you're making, but like some memes you can do and it's fine, like people will get it regardless of the time they read it. But some memes are like somebody will read it and they'll be like, what is this? I don't get it. Right? Like if some kid reads your thing like a few years in the future, and they're not gonna get the same memes that people today are gonna get. So it's something to like keep in mind when you're working on stuff. Was it that? Oh, that was fairly recent then, huh? That was my 30-minute alarm. So I'm gonna try and get this done by the time I said I was gonna get it done. There's a chance I may not be, but I don't think that'll be an issue actually. Oh, does meme culture exist in Supercell? I'm sure it does. Like they do have their own version of the internet. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it exists. Because they do have like their own internet analog. But I wouldn't be able to tell you what that looks like because like they're not really spending much time on there. But I'm sure it does. At the very least, I can't come up with any good reason why it wouldn't. Kill this covers her fan base. Oh no, she should not have a fan base. I feel like that would very quickly go to her head. Alright, take care and thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoy the stream. Oh, good. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm gonna see if I can maybe do more, like maybe like a monthly stream on something, so I hope to see you again if that actually materializes. I know things are getting kind of quiet, and I think that's just part of like my voice reaching its breaking point, and things are kind of starting to chill out. Which is just as well, there's only like half an hour left of it. B&B Gaming. Oh god. No, I actually tried doing a Let's Play channel once, and it went pretty well in terms of like the production of it and all that, but I just couldn't sustain it. I guess way too much work, and like I didn't have like a video editor or anything, and that's just a lot of there's a lot of doing to having a Let's Play channel. And something else learned from that is that I don't well, no, I didn't learn this from that, but like I have a really hard time watching Let's Plays because I don't like I don't really get anything out of like sitting there watching somebody do commentary over like a game that I mean, I may or may not have played it already, but I don't know. I like things more when they're like a conversation. Like part of the reasons why I like Game Grumps is because it's like two people hanging out and you know, bouncing off of each other, and they're both like professional comedians, so like they have that energy going in. But like Markiplier, for instance, he's funny, and I like some of his bits, but like I just can't watch him for a long time. I get really bored and stressed out of just listening to one person like talk about stuff. Which is, it's kind of ironic because it's kind of what I'm doing right now, but like I'm trying to sort of be engaged with the chat, and specifically for that reason. Like I don't want this to just be like me talking about random stuff and not engaging. And so I think that's the difference for me, is like a live stream is different from like pre-recorded Let's Play things. It reads different in my mind. So what I think I'm gonna do, because I have about 15 minutes left on the stream, is I'm gonna finish the shading on her, so I might go a little bit over because of that, but I'm not gonna do any of like the glittery effects and stuff that I have planned. Instead, what I'm gonna do is, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or whenever I sit down to work on this to finish it off, I'll record it, and then I'll upload that as well, so that so that's not lost. Group games, yeah. Yeah, I like Let's Play channels more when they involve multiple people who have like a really strong like comedic dynamic and such. Oh, take care, bud. It was fun having you around. I hope you enjoyed the stream. But yeah, I'm pretty close to wrapping up on this initial shading pass, but I'm definitely gonna have to record like the rest of the progress on this like at a later date. Okay. Now I'm gonna go ahead and make the shading pass, and this should go by a lot quicker. Okay. Yeah, no, there have been excellent questions on this stream. Very, very pleased with that. I wasn't really sure how to expect, because obviously, like, I've never done this kind of stream before. I wasn't expecting like a whole lot of people, so like overall, I'm actually very hyped with the end result. Does Kale exercise her ears? I think to some extent she does. But it's kind of like you wouldn't expect like a bodybuilder to work out like their toes, you know? Which, that might be a weird way to put it, but like basically like her ears, I think everyone understands that like they're useful, but they're never gonna be like an actual like a strong element about her abilities or whatever. Like they're mostly like utilitarian. I mean, I guess all muscles are utilitarian, but I'm sure she has tried. The thing to kind of remember is that she's used to having those ears. They're not a novelty to her like they are to us. So I think she would be just kind of more like intuitively aware of / unimpressed by like the qualities associated with them. Because to her it's normal. Something about her face is giving me pause, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Hopefully next time I sit down to work on it, it's not going to bother me, because otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. That is certainly something she can do. In fact, I think she did something along those lines, and I mean, it wasn't exactly that. She was like sneaking around the woods, and then Otsev was there, and she was like, "Oh no!" So she like wrapped her ears around her face, around her mouth specifically, so that she wouldn't make any noise. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, but yeah, she can totally use them for stuff. Oh, that's right. the sporting events question. I actually have that written on the list. I don't know why my eyes glossed over it. My bad. I'm sure they do. It probably doesn't have the same connotation. Something I learned recently about like the Olympics is that originally they were like a religious thing. I don't really know the details of that whole thing, but like the Olympics as we understand them today, which are basically just like a proxy war analog for I don't know, soft powers, political allies or whatever. I don't think they would have quite that. Like they might have some form of that in Castina, because that's just kind of their, it's kind of how they work. But overall, like internationally, I don't think they would. They would just have like isolated sporting events and games that people follow. I'm sure that like the aggressive fanatism exists, especially since, as I established earlier, a lot of my world building and my comic stuff is about doing like commentary on dumb crap that we have in the real world, and fanatism is definitely one of those things, like sports or otherwise. I'm gonna reduce the highlights on there actually. That part should be clearly in like shade. That's better. More occlusion. Yeah. Okay, so we're coming up on time. I like how I suddenly started using speedrunning vocabulary. So yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit over just so I can finish this shading pass. I'm almost done with it. Armors are supposed to look chunky. They're armor. They go over your body. Select this whole thing. Do a shading on all of that at the same time. Yeah, I do love lean armor, but like if it's chunky, it just feels so much more like able to take damage and stuff. Put that up here. Huh, that actually melts pretty well, surprisingly. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the skin tones. I'm gonna make those a little bit more red. It's like a purple. Oh, there's the question. Did you ever think about making an official dub for the comic? Man, maybe in the future. Right now, I do not have like the capacity to think about any extra things. Because obviously in the future I would love to do stuff like animated things and like expansions of some sort. Like I definitely would love to do more with what the comic is in general, but I mentioned earlier I would love to do like translations of it into different languages, but yeah, right now I have way too much on my plate and I just gotta focus on like the things that are immediately pressing. But yeah, eventually I would love to definitely do like fun things with it. Whoa. Let's see here. Well, when I have the resources to afford paying people for stuff, which is always going to be the biggest obstacle early on, yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking for options on how to get the comic translated into languages that I don't know. But for the time being, that yet remains in the future. Oh, but while that's mentioned, Voltaire actually does have a fan dub that is on their YouTube channel. So if anybody would like to listen to that, that is a thing that exists. And I don't think Emperor Tiger Star is on the chat anymore, but they also did whatchamacallit? A fan music. So that's fun. People are making very creative things. Something I'm only just now realizing is that I probably made her feet too big, but whatever, it's big chunky armor, so maybe that's okay. I will be adding other characters, but not today. I'm out of time. But I did mention this earlier. I will be recording the rest of the process, and I'll upload that as its own thing, and then once I'm done with the whole thing, I'll share the file so people can download it. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Well, dang. Shoot. Okay, I apparently messed up the hair. I'll just smooth it out here and like that. Yeah, that works. Does my family read my webcomic? They're aware that it exists. I don't think they read it. At least some members of my family are aware that it exists. I haven't really like shared it. I don't know, like my art life and all the things that I do are just kind of their own separate thing, I guess. Not necessarily by intention, that's just kind of how it works out. I think at some point I'm definitely going to see if they would be interested, but for the time being, nah. Oh, see. Okay, need some extra gloss up in this thing. And then some of this one. That looks fine. But I think I'm gonna add like an overlay layer and then try to punch up the contrast a little bit. check something. Did I want to do that? I don't think I want to do that. No, I don't think I want to do that. Maybe a little bit. Physical games. They probably play a lot of the like same, like very similar things that we have in real life, but I wouldn't be able to give you specifics on that. That's not like an area that I've thought extensively about, like world building wise. Alright, I think I'm ready to call this done. I might do some more corrections on it, like once I start adding the more flashy stuff, but yeah, I have been streaming for quite a while now, so I'm super tired, super hungry. Let's see, there is one last question here. It says, how did Kel, Al, and Oz meet? That's a note that I think I'll answer that one some other time when I'm not about to wrap up a several hour long stream, because those are actually mini stories in and of themselves. But yeah, thank you everyone for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed it. It was very fun. I'll try to stream again like sometime soon. I'll see if I can do it like once a month or something to keep the momentum going. I hope you had fun. I did. And I will see you in, I don't know, maybe the comment section of the comic or the Discord server or something, I don't know. Or Twitter. So yes, thanks to everyone for dropping by. And I will see you next time.